am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
This is Thomas Ware, gospel artist, urban gospel artist, and my hit single is Love Got Your Name on It. You're listening to Jerry Royce live. Stay tuned.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hi, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and tonight on the show, we got Thomas Ware is here. That's right, he's episode 304. Awesome. So before we bring him out, let's check out this commercial from my man. My man, Reese Publishing. That's right, he's our sponsor for tonight's show, Reese Publishing, from Reese World.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reads World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readsworldpublishing.com.
Tell me what you gon' do, tell me what you gon' say when love comes your way. Life is so good, take off that frown, put a smile up on your face. You say you're looking for love, or if you're looking for love, I know just where it is. It's been knocking at the door, tell me what you're waiting for, just let it come in. No. Love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your. Why you been looking for love in all the wrong places? I'm here to let you know love's been looking for you. Knocking at the door.
Break the beat. Let's roll.
Well, everybody's got problems, I got some too, but I refuse to cry, cry, cry. As soon as you get up off the ground, there's haters all around trying to kill your smile, smile, smile. Say you've been looking for love, well, if you're looking for love, I know just where it is. It's been knocking at the door, tell me what you're waiting for, just let it come in.
This is a Positive Power 21.org presentation with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide and his guest, Thomas Ware, and his hit single, Love Got Your Name on It. Thomas Ware bio reads, Thomas Ware was born and raised in the small town of Groveland, Florida. Born into a family of singers and musicians, it would appear that Thomas' destiny was written from birth. His father, Thomas R. Ware Sr., was known for his traveling gospel quartet in Ohio. And his mother, Lucille Ruffin, was known for her strong voice in the church choir she sang in. From childhood, he studied the sounds of traditional gospel singers in a Pentecostal church setting, Church of God by Faith. Entering to adulthood, Thomas would leave the church and begin to tour as a secular rap artist, sharing the stage with Outkast, Eve, 8Ball, and MJG, Ja Rule, and many more. It would appear that Thomas' career was set in stone until God showed him otherwise. Returning to the church world, Thomas' calling would be made evident as doors immediately began to open from him in Nashville. As his unique style of writing gained the attention of A&Rs at the major labels such as Warner Brothers, Christian label, Warner Word, and more, this eventually landed several of Thomas' songs on major record releases, as well as him appearing in as featured artist, thus beginning ongoing requests for new material from the talented writer. Thomas has the ability to leave a lasting impression on the world of gospel music, Benny Diggs. This Central Florida native presents a beautiful arrangement of praise and worship that is flawlessly able to place in any genre of Christian music. He is also one of a few gospel artists with music ability to impact and encourage people of all ages. His first Christian release, EP, in 2010, The Labeling Theory, consists of irresistible rhapsodies that continue to raise eyebrows. With a growing number of features and collaborations in the U.S. and U.K., and his music career with both gold and platinum artists, Thomas now has slated to return his newest project in 2015. Simply entitled Contagious Hope Music, you'll be pleased with the selection on this project. Live performances have included Tom Joyner Family Reunion, Gospel Concert, Kurt Carr, James Fortune, Ty Triplett, McCrae, Papa San, Race, Allen, Jonathan Nelson, Pamela Mann, Solar Bears, Faith and Family at the Amway Arena, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jerry Royce Live Worldwide and Thomas Ware. Enjoy this presentation. All right. Episode 304, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you Thomas Ware. Hit single, Love Got Your Name on It. What's going on, ThomasWare.info? What's going on, sir? How you doing?
Not much, man. How you doing today, Jared?
Awesome, man. Welcome to Jerry Royce Live, man. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you,
Thanks so
man.
much, man. Thanks for
having me
on. I appreciate it.
God bless you, man. Now, you ready for your first question, man?
Absolutely.
All right, the first question is, who is Thomas Ware?
Well, actually, I think, the way that it's kind of hard to really round it up. I'm a little bit of everything, touching from the writer, the artist, everything from the author to a pastor, a father, family man. It's just so many different things that Thomas Ware is. It's just whatever the moment that the hat I need to wear, I just try to wear it and wear it and be effective in it while I'm wearing it,
Right.
God has just blessed me with an array of gifts, and I just, try to use it as much as possible, every one of them.
That's right. Awesome, man. Awesome. That's powerful, man. Now, you got a very powerful bio, man. You had an opportunity to venture into the world for a moment. Got out there with the big acts, Outkast, Eve, 8 Ball, and Ja Rule. What was it like for you, man, venturing out?
In the time period when I was there, I really have to tell you, man, it was exciting. I had a great time as far as just, being able to experience it all, being able to touch the stage with and along with a lot of these names, man, that were, that are even considered icons at this point in the music industry, and a piece of the history of hip hop, especially Outkast. It was just really, it was really an eye opener. I got to learn a lot, and it's just a great thing to experience.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Outkast, man, them guys were very impressive during their time, man. I'm kind of surprised they've been so quiet, man, because everything they touched turned to gold, man. And now I haven't heard a word from them.
Absolutely, man. It's just a creative sense. I think that's what I loved about them so much was just, just how the guys were. They weren't afraid to step outside the box of the norm of what was going on inside of hip hop at the time.
That's right. Even on the silver screen, man, those guys they produce hits, man. Enjoyed everything they do. Yeah, definitely miss those guys. Yep. And then Eve doing her thing now. We get a chance to see her a little bit on reality TV. I think she got married. Being a role model to some of those young ladies out there that grew up on her. So that's awesome. She's doing her thing. All right, man. So now you back in the gospel world. So what is that like, man? What's that big stage like, man? Because you performing for the big guy. That's right.
You know what? That's the most impressive stage I've ever stepped foot on. When I just expressing how much of an eye opener and how excited I was stepping on stage with the guys out of the secular industry. Man, when I tell you, when I step on the stage here, it's just mind blowing, man. It's amazing what God is doing, and it's just amazing to see the lives that are touched and changed through the many ministries that we do. So I tell you, man, it can't be compared to anything else.
That's right. Amen. All right, Thomas, give our audience a chance, man. My family, man, they pretty much run Eastern Shore. They all down in Maryland deep, DC deep, and they always say, we want to know these people's background because we know they weren't always successful. So tell us, man, tell us your background, man, where you come from, and then tell us where you headed at, okay?
Wow. My background, I'm from Grove, Florida. It's a really small town. And my father and my mother, as a child, my father was a sharecropper. And my mother, she basically was in the same field. And so as we grew up, between the big shop my dad had and the field, the mini plantation, we call it, we grew up doing a lot of hard labor work. But, and then coming out of that, leaving, I really got involved with a lot of crazy stuff. gang lifestyle and just hanging out with the wrong people and selling drugs and the whole nine. And, God really did a work on me in the midst of it. And, out of the world setting, I really got an opportunity to write my first book. And my first book I wrote was The Reinvention of the Black Man. And it was actually my true life story in a sense of where I was coming from. And just like God just opening my eyes and letting me see, what type of a work I had been doing and now what type of a work he was doing through me. So coming out from that now, the world that I'm headed toward now is more of the author aspect. I actually got a new role of a new film. The guy who just filmed the movie Ride Along, the guy who put it actually, sorry about that, not filmed it, but the guy who wrote the movie Ride Along actually has a new film coming out, and I received my scripts for it, and noticed that I got a position in this new film that he's filming. God bless that, and at the same time, it's just amazing. I've been doing a lot of writing for different artists, a lot of different Christian artists that are everything from gospel to the more AC Christian gospel, which go more toward from contemporary to traditional. So we're touching that as well as just working around. I have a mentoring system that we actually travel to different groups of schools, actually in some of your areas, actually throughout Michigan, Boston, New York City, different places like that. So we've been touching base all over the place, going in and doing these motivational type ministries inside of the school system. So God has really opened the door in a lot of different areas. I'm not limiting myself to just music. I really, when I say I wear a lot of hats, I truly wear a lot of hats in a sense that I really want to be an impact in this world from different levels, not just, just in the church, but also outside of the church. By the way, I'm also a pastor in Orlando, Florida, which is where we reside now, at a church by the name of Heart of Mercy, and it's located on Mercy Drive in Orlando, which is it used to be technically, they called it Murder Drive.
Get out of here, really? In Orlando?
Yeah, really we're planted, our church is planted directly in the center of Pine Hills, which is the hood. Wow. But God is doing a great work right in the middle of that place, and yeah, so I mean that's what we're doing, man. That's basically what Thomas Ware is and what Thomas Ware is up to right now. In every scope, it's like I know I'm speaking really fast because I know we have a certain amount of time on radio, but basically, yeah, that's where I'm headed right now.
Wow. So you say your church is called Heart of Mercy? Heart of Mercy, yeah. Heart of Mercy. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. I didn't know that they had a hood in Orlando. I just see Disneyland.
Oh, man. Wow. Yes. Yes. Heart of Mercy sits in the middle of what we call Pine Hills, which is the nickname for it is Crime Hills. And it's a really, they show a lot of the tourist areas of Orlando, but Orlando does have a great amount of crime, high crime, and, poverty zone areas as well.
Wow. They did a good job hiding it, man, because I tell you, man, every time we there, man, we see Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and then all those resorts, because, we were down there this past September for Labor Day weekend with Tom Joyner, and you just see the prettiness, of Orlando, saying, oh, wow, I want to retire here. And so you guys got what we have here in Baltimore, man.
Well, Baltimore is a different cookie, though, bro. Baltimore is a different cookie from Florida, though. I've been up on the Baltimore side. And when you step foot out of downtown Baltimore and you head a little bit outside of the range, man, it's like zombie land. It's rough.
Yeah, man, that's right.
It's a different type of place. Yeah, it's different. It's a little bit different. It's like, Baltimore is a lot more up front, raw. Florida is more on a sneak type, sneak type raw, where it's like you could get who you might think is friendly. You know what I'm saying? It's the perfect setup because they wear the mask of the the hospitality zone, So, yeah, but I mean, same beast, just a little different way of delivering the message. That's all.
Yeah, all right, yeah, because that's right. They made 3 series out of Baltimore called The Wire and Homicide and In the Corner. Yeah, man. And it was pretty much just the same neighborhoods anyway. I mean, rest of the suburbs is nice, We making it, man. We making it work. All right, we talking to Thomas Ware, the artist, man, the author, everything, man. Now, you remember the SAG organization also?
The SAG organization. You know what? Truthfully,
you want to get paid, don't you?
Yeah. You know, my partner just be beating me up about the SAG organization. He's like, man, you trying to get this money.
That's right, man. It's a difference. You getting $100 versus you getting $1,000.
Yeah. You know, this digital world is just so crazy now, man. With the music industry has switched so much, man. It's just like this digital end of it all is just, man, I tell you, it could be overwhelming because of the simple way that, and I'm sure you heard, the horror stories of what's happening now with, it's just so easy to be pirated. You know what I mean? And so, it's just so many different ways now that they use. So we attack a lot of the more on the digital end, but definitely the SAG is something for this new project. We definitely are getting involved in. We've just really been with the first project that we had out was really just a tester. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of, it's my first thing touching the ground with gospel music. I really wasn't expecting for it to really even catch on that much, and actually the song ended up in Europe, in Africa before you knew it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You never know. Now the SAG, the Screen Actors Guild is pretty much where you need to sign up and register yourself before you get on that film.
Yeah.
You got to do that. So you got to pay your membership and get ready because, when they cast you, man, you never know how many lines they may throw your way, and you want to get paid for that. So that's a union for actors. So you definitely got to get that hooked up, pay that dues.
New territory for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. A lot of people don't know this. They got yes. If you would have had an agent, your agent would already took care of that for you. So now you got to get your paperwork together. So you can register with them online. So then when they send you your script and everything, you're gonna really get paid correctly.
Right.
There won't be no help. So you won't see $50 check for being there all day.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
All right. Okay. All right, man. Sounds good, man. You awesome, man. You're doing a whole lot out there, man. And you got a chance to see both sides of the world. You're making a difference in the community. You got this group called Contagious Hope Music. I'm looking at your family picture, man. You sitting there look like Nino Brown. Everybody else sitting around look like the family with big smiles. And you got that Nino Brown look. So what's going on with the photograph with Thomas Ware and Contagious Hope? What happened, man? They forgot to break it down, or you forgot to smile?
I've heard that like on several of the pictures, man. Like, you don't smile, man. I don't know. We actually got caught in the moment there, man. We was having a good time, and we did several like poses or whatnot, but I just thought it was more of a sincere approach to kind of just give off the balance of the everybody behind me, kind of like in different moods, and I just thought it kind of fit the scene. But the whole Contagious Hope, man, I tell you, I was actually coming off. I'm actually on chemo right now, and I actually did radiation several years ago. Back in 2009, I was given 2 years to live.
Oh,
and, and I actually went through the whole radiation process from a tumor that was located inside of my in the muscle of my shoulder in the neck area. And so after the radiation, the tumor had shrunk, and we thought that pretty much we had defeated it. And about a year and a half later, we went back and found out that it had resurfaced, and it was larger than before. So, excuse me. So what happened is, with the whole Contagious Hope music, and and that's what this project is really going to be geared. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, hold on, man. We'll go ahead and take a quick break, man. We're going to take a quick break, and we come right back to your story, okay? All right, hold tight.
Okay, bro.
All right, you go ahead and drink some water. All right, we talking to Thomas Ware. That's right, Contagious Hope Music. Take a quick break, everybody.
Have you been hurt, been backstabbed, got a talking back team, well, you're not alone, escaping to another reality, through Dominic Wilkins' good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books.
Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you the next best-selling author? Hi, my name is Kiasi Helm, founder of WBKPC. The world is waiting to hear your thoughts about issues that are concerning the youth of today. So share your ideas and thoughts with the world by joining our writing contest, which will give you the opportunity to become a published author if you win. You don't have to wait until you're older to accomplish great things. You can start now. To learn more about our publishing package valued at $15,000, please visit www.writtenbykids.com.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
All right, thank you, Angel, for the introduction. We're talking to Thomas Ware. That's right, he's a performer, a recording artist, urban gospel, contagious hope music, and he's also authoring a book called Reinvention of the Black Man, and must read for women everywhere. This book should be in every woman's collection, whether single or married. This is the book for you. So get it now. I believe it's on Amazon.com, wherever books are sold. All right. This man, he shared the stage with guys like Outkast, females like Eve, 8 Ball, and Ja Rule. But now he's back, gospel world, doing it up for our good Lord, saving people, getting them excited about hope. That's what the music does, man. Tell us about this song, man. I really love that song, man. I was like, whoa, this is at another level, man. Awesome, man.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. Love got your name on it, man. I just I wanted to approach this whole new record with a different sound, just something that would be kind of outside the box on the gospel scene, but at the same time, I wanted to kind of include the elements of praise and worship or choir sounds to the backdrop. Mm-hmm. So I just had fun with it, man. And so far, people are loving it, and I've been getting a really good response out of it, man. So we're really happy with it.
Yeah, I really love it. Now, are you going to be releasing some more music along with this one? Because I know you mentioned going on tour.
Absolutely, yeah. We have the whole project that we're going to release in April. We're going to get ready to release a second single, which is called Conqueror, and it's more of the praise and worship sound. It's not really the up-tempo stuff, but it's going to be straight praise and worship, and that we're going to be releasing at the end of March.
All right. So were you the writer of this, or you just led the vocals when Love Got Your Name on it?
Oh yes. I write all of my songs, and pretty much do like a co-production on it. A lot of the stuff I don't really do the full production. On some of this project we have drummers that come in. We're gonna have some pianists and different ones come in and play on it. And have a variety of sound for production wise, so it wouldn't just be so one type of flavor. But I do all of the writing though on the project.
All right, so we're gonna play your hit song, your single, and when you come back, I want you to name some of these people that's on thomasware.info. Find out who these members are. Give them a little shout out. So we're gonna right after we come back. We want you to name the members of your group, okay? So here we go.
Absolutely.
Love Got Your Name on it. Thomas Ware and Contagious Hope.
Tell me what you gon' do, tell me what you gon' say when love comes your way. Life is so good, take off that frown, put a smile up on your face. You say you're looking for love, or if you're looking for love, I know just where it is. It's been knocking at the door, tell me what you're waiting for, just let it come in. No. Love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your. Why you been looking for love in all the wrong places? I'm here to let you know love's been looking for you. Knocking at the door. Let's break the beat.
Let's roll.
Well, everybody's got problems, I got some too, but I refuse to cry, cry, cry. As soon as you get up off the ground, there's haters all around trying to kill your smile, smile, smile. Say you've been looking for love, well, if you're looking for love, I know just where it is. It's a knocking at the door, tell me what you're waiting for, just let it come in. No. Love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your. So you say you got problems. So walking around with a frown. One thing about love, I turn around upside down. So you say you got problems. So walking around with a frown. One thing about love, I turn a frown upside down. Been looking for love for so long. This world has been treating you so wrong. You give it your heart, they rip it apart, and they give it back when it's all gone. Telling God all of your problems. He telling you he wanna solve them. He sent you his love, it's right at the door, but you won't answer when it's calling. Why won't you answer? It's not hard to find. Look to the cross, look to the grave, what you on his mind. Look left, look right, but hold up, don't you pass. Got a lot of options in this world, but don't get choosy fast. Love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your. Why you been looking for love in all the wrong places? I'm here to let you know love's been looking for you. Knocking at the door. Love got your, love got your name on it. Love got your, love got your, love got your.
Wow, man, you gonna have enough energy, man, to play that, man? Because them kids are going crazy. All right, so before we left, man, you was gonna name the members of your group, man. So let's hear their names, the pretty ladies.
Absolutely. The praise team is Tiffany Ware, which is my wife. Tiffany, you have Dee Dee, you have Cameron Kane, you have Lindsay Austin, Jessica Austin, you have Devika Dumas, and Hector Rosales.
All right. So which one is Mrs. Ware with the purple on?
Actually, Mrs. Ware is the one sitting almost behind me, to my left arm on the picture.
All right. Oh, okay. She got the her arm on her hand on her chin.
The girl right behind her, on the right behind me almost.
Oh, okay. All right, got you. Miss Ware sitting in the back. Man, she probably said, I need to be up there on this lap. Huh? Guy sitting in the back. Miss Ware, she probably going to make you review that picture, man. All right, bro. You the man. Your picture, right? All right. She's supporting you. That's the main thing. She's supporting you, and she's on a project. Because some people, significant others, don't even know what they're doing on this project.
Yeah, real man. Hey, man, I truly believe that my wife is definitely the heart of the project, and everything that I do in ministry and in life, period, man. I make sure that I include her in everything that I'm doing. I feel like, man, she's always going to have an ear and an eye that I won't have. And that's what God, that's what God gives it. That's what he gives it to us for. You know what I'm saying? And together it's just a complete great package,
Awesome. That's right, man. Amen. That's right, man. I'm coming up on, I'm going to say 23 years. Because she doesn't listen to this podcast, so it could be 24. But I'm saying 23. But I get it straight by the time 25 come around, though.
Yeah.
But that's awesome, man. So how many years for you guys?
We're coming up on 6 years, so I wish we had 20 years. Yeah, it's just 6 years.
6 is good. Yeah, 6 is good, man. You're still climbing.
Oh, yeah.
You're almost there, right? It's going to be easy once you get to 7.
Once you get to 7, it gets easy from there, huh?
Yeah, it get easy there. Because right now you guys got the challenge of the kids. Because you have young kids.
Ooh. Yes, sir. Man, yes, sir. We have a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 7-month-old.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So nobody going nowhere until you get the kids to like 5 and 6 where they can pull their own cereal.
Yes, sir. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Then you get to know each other, and then you realize you don't like each other. No, I ain't gonna be like that. But right now you're working together. Right now, get them kids. Get them through the pipeline. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Take care of the kids, man. So you go through what you gotta go through, man, and make sure they have an opportunity to become successful in this world. All right, amen. All right, man. So you told a great story, man. You're the pretty much son of a sharecropper. Way of speaking, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. So, is your dad still around?
No, my father passed in '96. My mother is still around, though.
All right, good. So she get a chance to see some of your goodness, man. See what you
man.
become.
That's the biggest blessing, man, right there.
Yeah, amen. That's right. All right, man. So you guys looking to go on tour, man? So what's up for Contagious, man? For Contagious Hope, what's on the agenda for you guys?
Well, one of the things that we're doing is we're going to actually do a free tour for the cancer survivors.
Good.
Cancer survivor programs that they have, and that's one of the things that's really heavy on our heart right now. And from there, we're going to kick off East Coast tour, where we'll just kind of hit the East Coast and start promoting the whole project.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. So, what you guys going to go up or y'all coming down? So, you going to go up to...
Oh, we're coming up.
You're coming up? Okay. So, where you guys going to stop at? Connecticut, Boston? How far? New York? You going to stop in New York?
Yes, definitely New York. It's on the radar really heavy. I don't know if you're if you're familiar with Pastor Freeman Perry at all out of the New York side, but that's one of the locations that we're going to be going to. And we have Carolina, and definitely we'll be hitting parts like Philly and New Jersey coming down that pipeline, and just kind of Georgia and Alabama, different spots go up the East Coast. Yeah.
So you guys not coming through Baltimore and D.C., man? We got a couple mega churches here, man. They got a lot of young people, man.
Well, you have to plug us. You have to plug us on some of those spots. We don't know all of the spots up through those areas. When I was in D.C. area, the only thing I knew in my days was Club Love. so I really don't know a whole lot about the population up through the D.C. area with the churches, man. So absolutely,
yeah,
man, pass the word on.
Yeah, I inbox you two big churches that actually have the stage presence for a group like yours. I mean, they're ready to go now. You just have to find out if the youth group would be willing to put on a project like that. So you just have to, look at your schedule and see if they could plug it in. Because I know Absolutely. The church that my son and I go to, I don't know what they have on their agenda by the time you guys come this way, but they have a really nice stage production. And they have a couple of acts come through from time to time. I'm not really keeping up too much with but the teenagers do. But I know, with the older folks be doing up in there,
Yeah.
So we'll forward that to you. And their websites are easy to get to, and I'm sure they would love to, bring you guys up there and work with their young people, man. Awesome. The music is full of life, man. Now you was talking about your health earlier. Now, your doctor okayed you to tour. That's like part of your exercise regimen? Because I know you have to be real physical when you're going through treatment and your diet and everything. So tell us a little bit about what kind of plan your doctor have you on right now as far as your endurance.
Well, right now, I'm still doing the chemo stuff. So, but it hasn't affected me much at all. When I first started, it affected me. Had me in some states where I was just kind of, just slouchy, not really feeling like doing a lot. But at this point, I'm really active, staying and going to the gym and doing different things to just kind of keep my energy up and just stay alive, man, just bright and vibrant, I think the worst thing that could happen is for me to just slow down at this point. So, man, I'm just having faith, man. I'm sticking to the routine, doing what the doctors, prescribing at the same time, and just kind of just pressing my way through, man. But it hasn't taken away from us at all, man. Because when we go in, and sometimes I tell you, man, you forget you even have any type of illness, man. When you hit that stage, so much, God is just working through you so much to where you forget about everything, man. And
yeah, man, that's right. Yeah. I've had some gospel performers have had some issues, almost more than what you have, man. And they out there dancing and everything. I was like, what? Yeah, I see him. His leg was almost amputated, and he's out there dancing and hip hopping and gospel, pretty much several days a week, man. So that's a miracle, man. A testimony right there. Yeah. Amen. All right. Now, Thomas, I know, I've had a bout with diabetes, through the summer. Didn't I had it, real high numbers. Wow. It was a disease I didn't know was sitting there waiting like a time bomb. And I was just feeding it what it wanted, and that was that white sugar, that white bread, white rice, you name it. Have you met with a nutritionist who's kind of leading you to a strict diet to help you keep your energy level, detox, and all that stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually have some groups that come into our church that we have, and we actually have tests done on members, free tests and everything. We all do it together, and we get checked and make sure that our sugar counts and everything is good as far as our blood count. And we've been staying on top of that, and at the same time with my health, the doctors give me a very strict regimen as far as eating wise. That just keeps me in a good place, because with the chemo, what happens is it takes away a lot of the blood cells that is needed to keep you from getting sick. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's easy to get exposed to stuff. If you get exposed to different sicknesses, you can really get sick easily. So they keep us. They keep me on some great regimens. So my wife stays on top of me with it, and she makes. I try to sneak, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I really try to sneak and get it. Get all the extra stuff that I'm not supposed to get, but at the same time, she stays on top of me, man. But yeah, we stick to it though. I want to stick around, man. These kids are little,
That's right.
But
That's right.
I want to stick around as long as I can. See them at least get up out of school, head into college, do something. Just get grown.
That's right. You want to make sure they're in good hands. That's right. You want to see where they're headed at. I understand that. Yeah, because I know it was a lot I didn't know about, what refined sugar and what carbs do to the body, and I found out the hard way, man. You just, you're delusional. You don't know what's going on. Can't remember nothing. You tired. You sleepy, and then the medicine just draining your bank account, man. Whoa. So I figured exercise is cheap. So I said all I got to do is get in the produce store, and nutritionist. I met with her today, and I've actually been free of diabetes since November, and I have a new doctor, and she was like, I tell people all the time that they can beat it, and you the proof. She's just so happy when she see me. It's just like I'm her kid or something. She's just so happy, and she's, like I said, she's a new doctor. But you gotta keep up that exercise and the vegetables. I mean, they actually including vegetables in my breakfast now, man. I never even thought about that. Even if it's just salsa, with eggs and protein,
Yeah, bro. I mean, I actually do greens a lot. I juice it. I do a lot of juicing. So that really helps a lot, man. I've cut back. I cut back on the white bread and stuff many years ago. But my mother, she was diagnosed with diabetes, and she stuck to a really strict regimen with her eating, and she's been around for, it's kept her here for a long time. And her friends, we witnessed her friends die from diabetes. They cut one foot off, cut a leg off, and then before you know it, they end up passing away. And one of my best friends in Atlanta, he actually he found out he had diabetes by going in a coma. He didn't even know he had diabetes until he was in a coma.
You don't.
So it's a scary thing, man. But especially black folks, man, we really have to stay on top of our game when it comes to our eating.
That's right, man. That's where I always thought about. I said, man, I've known people who are smokers, but they don't eat much. I said, well, they doing a lot better than the people who don't smoke but overeat. Their health is actually better. And I said, there must be something to it, to the food. So the food is, in a way, it's poison to your body if you don't watch what you eat. So that's our little infomercial for the black people who's listening. And our Hispanic friends too, because I have a lot of people, all kinds of persuasion listening. All of us are suffering from the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. It's not prejudice to any race. Diabetes, it takes prisoners. That's all it wants to do, is take you prisoner, hostage with chocolate and all that sugary Slurpees and stuff. Because man, when they get hot, what people thinking about, man? When they get real hot,
and it's accessible. The worst stuff is accessible to you. The stuff that's healthy for you is expensive, and you just can't really get it. Like people can't get that as easy as they can get stuff that's killing them. That's right. All right, man. Church of God by faith. You grew up in a church. Now, since you had an opportunity to, experience, because you was in church at a real young age, right? Yes.
Real young age. Do you think that was the reason why it was so easy for you to transition back? Because I know you had a good time out there, man. With Ja Rule and Eve and all of them. I know you was loving that, but you knew something was wrong, and you came back. So would you say your parents was a major influence with that?
Absolutely. My father, he was more or less. By the time I came along, getting up in age, my dad really didn't go to church as much as my mom did, but they kept me in church all the time. So, I just believe in that scripture, man. You train up a child in the way they should go. You know what I'm saying? Once they get old, they won't depart from it. And it's just like that's the truth. It's like you might stray, but that word that's put in you as a child, that word stays with you and it keeps you. And I don't. If it wasn't for that word that was put in me as a child, I believe I would have never made it back I would have never did that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So listen, folks, for those of you staying home, thinking TV is enough, video games.
Man.
And
God.
it's like a
they
like
need
a
the
little
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, playing them with that Holy Spirit, man. That's what you need in you, man. Talks to you all the time. Always saying something. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
That's powerful, brother. Absolutely. Powerful, man. Now, you guys is out there on social media. Now your publicist is not on social media, but you guys on social media. Tell us a little bit about how social media has been helping you get the word out about your powerful movement that's going on.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate the social media, but man, I tell you, it is one of the best tools you could possibly use. I mean, you have immediate access to people all over the world, and if you use it the right way, you can, and especially if you use it the right way and you have a great message that's conducive to the people that your audience base, I really believe that is the key to catapulting many types of careers, as well as just projects or whatever you're working on. But social media is a great tool, man. From Twitter, the Instagram, the Facebook. When you have fans or followers or whatnot, man, people want to be in your life. They want to know about the person, and I think the social media, it exposes your life to people. And when you have nothing to hide, it's a great tool.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying? When you have nothing to hide, it's a great tool, man. If you got something to hide, though, well, I tell you, it could really hurt you, man. It could cripple you in a lot of ways, but it's a great tool because people can never get enough of you. You can see that on like the reality TV shows. The more in depth they go into these people's lives, the more sides they see of their lifestyles. It makes people become even more addicted to that thing. So with social media, that's your access point of letting people see, the real you. And
right.
Yeah, so I think that's a great tool.
Is there any chance of you guys doing? Because I've seen one of the gospel stars coming out of, I think she's coming out of Florida, I believe. Well, I know she belonged to one of those organizations out there. Yeah, I've seen her reality show. They showing her in the studio out with her family, and it looks like that'll be an ideal setting for you guys. Your whole Contagious Hope family. You ever thought about that?
Well, I actually got approached by about two different settings for a reality show, and to tell you the truth, the fear of a reality TV show is that members go up off of negativity, and it's like, and if you don't have a negative point in your life, they want you to create one, and that's the only downfall to it. I mean, we can see that like when you look at Preachers of LA, the preacher shows. It's like these shows, and it's like, okay, it does have a access point where you can actually spread a great message, but then at the same time, it's like they'll point out everything negative wherever they can find something negative, and that could really be used to hurt the Christianity more than it is to help Christianity. So if it's anything that could compromise my walk or someone else's walk, you know what I'm saying? Because, one of the things that Paul talked about in the Bible more than anything else was, it's some things that we do in life that aren't necessarily sin to the point where you're sinning. But if it's going to mislead somebody that's a babe in Christ that don't understand fully, you know what I'm saying? It's better for you not to do it, So, that's just the thing. I'm really leery to that. I'm just fearful, you know what I'm saying? I'm fearful to mislead anybody, you know what I'm saying? Because I believe God really frowns on it, So that's, I don't want to be the cause of error for nobody.
So you don't think you can do it on your own? So I was going to say, you don't think you could do it on your own terms if you put a team together yourself, when you're because you guys have a media team at your church, a ministry?
Yeah. We do. And you know what? We could do it and just have our own cast for it. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, sort of like a YouTube channel or something like that, or one channel. Yeah, but as far as like when you start talking about the networks, You know, that's when
I won't mess with those guys. Not Bravo, Spike TV and stuff.
It gets sticky when you start talking to them. So
right.
But
I would
we're
say it's
actually
fun.
going to be.
Now, I would say I thought it would be pretty entertaining watching y'all rehearsals. You know how because young folks are always curious how things get started. You know,
right.
And say you guys in production. Like I've seen Terry Rimson, she's in production for her album, or they're working on a song and they tape those events. You know, it looks so fun, man, watching them do that. You know, go through that element of the production. You know, that's all.
Well, you will see a lot of that on our YouTube, like our road trips and stuff. Mm-hmm. You will be seeing a lot of that on the YouTube.
Yeah,
we're a really classic set of clowns. We're real serious when it comes to the gospel and doing a ministry in, but man, we like to have fun. And so you're going to see a lot of clowning around and stuff like that. But all of that you will see on YouTube. And we're definitely going to see.
That's right, man. See some love, man, out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you have some collaboration that went on with these projects?
With the new project that I did, to tell you the truth, I didn't do any collabing on this new project.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. I really want this project to be something that God does.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be something that's only attached to somebody's name, and that's why, this happened or that happened. I really want this to be something that God does. I feel like God told me to do the project. If God told me to do the project, He'll see the success of it. So I'm just absolutely gonna just let Him do His work with it. We're gonna push it as hard as we can push it, but we're gonna see. If the music is anointed enough to travel on its own. You know what I mean?
That's right. All right, man. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna get your final thoughts. We're talking to Thomas Ware, his group. He actually should be a SAG member by now. He's about to be in a film coming soon, and we loving your story, man. We really loving your story. All right, hold tight for this quick break. It's Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right. Thank you, Crystal. Bring this back on. All right. We talked to Thomas Ware, hit single, Love Got Your Name on It, and his group, Contagious Hope. We wish them the best. All right, Tom, we can get your final thoughts. It's a nice show, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I absolutely had a great time and enjoyed you tonight, man. Thanks for having us on. We definitely look forward to seeing you all live when we get up on your side of town, Baltimore, D.C. And I just want the listeners to just know that, you're talking to an individual that's really real about what I'm doing, about ministry and just serious about God. Please go back and visit our website, thomasware.info. You can find the book, Reinvention of the Black Man, on Amazon as well. And just drop a note. Check me out on Facebook. Let me know you heard it. Let me know what you thought about it. You know what I'm saying? So thanks for everything, though. Jerry Royce, man, appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man, I'm glad, man. You sounded so excited, man. I said, we got to get this brother on, man, his story. You're doing great things, man. Your message, your music is exciting, man. I know it's just going to take, more ears to hear it so they can understand what God is trying to do with all of us, man. And hopefully my program, we streaming, man. We're going to be streaming you all week long, man. So hopefully the right people hear the message and come to God, man, because people are hurting out there, bro. I've been doing this show for a year now, man, and I was telling my sister, I said, I've kind of been getting a little immune to some of the story, but it's some, boy, can shed a tear.
Yeah.
Can shed a tear. You know, so I was wondering, I mean, as much as I have the passion to do radio, I didn't know. I thought I was going to be DJ Royce on here, man, but God had other plans. I give my little time on Saturdays to be on the wheel of steel, but Monday through Thursday, man, this is what I do, man, bring the stories to the people, man. All right?
That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. Well, God bless you, man. God bless you, man, for what you do, man. It's still a work and still ministry, brother. And that's the key to it all, man. We just do what we can do to just keep on giving out that testimony, man. People's lives are changed by the testimony, man. And you giving access to testimonies is what's going to change lives all over the world, brother.
That's right, worldwide, man. 'Cause I didn't know it was going to be like this, man. I really didn't. I did not. I had no idea. No idea. We get these type of stories, man. But look, man, we wish you the best of health, man. And next time you drop that single, man, you got to stop by again, man, tell that story, man. People got to keep hearing it, man. All right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Thank you again.
You're welcome. And Thomas, I always tell people all the time, man, they want to hear the good stuff. I mean, the real good stuff. Just like tonight, man. This brother, he's fighting for his life, but at the same time, he's giving God's praise, man. He's singing and saving people day in and day out. That's what it's all about, man. Sometimes we just got to stop and hear the music. And that's God calling us, man. He's whispering in our ear, man. And I say amen. So this is Jerry Royce live worldwide on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, everybody, stay awesome all week long. I'm out. Peace.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to you. But you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books.
Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Hi, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iowa Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel Season of Change by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and today our Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show, featuring Tiffany Boyle, CEO of Emerge the Magazine. That's right, she's here tonight to talk to us about her new magazine, about to hit newsstands real soon. But right now, let's hear our presentation from James Deshay, the poet.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a presentation from PositivePower21.org and Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Emerge the Magazine press release, a magazine that promotes, exposes, educates, and empowers business owners and entrepreneurs. Emerge the Magazine is a business resource read by business owners, executives, managers, and trade association members, and more. Our readers are interested in local to national companies, organizations, and services to help them in building strong businesses for themselves. Emerge the Magazine is business industry focused. We have resources for all stages of businesses, startup business owners to CEOs. We provide solutions and advice to our articles on how to prepare a business, start a business, grow your business, and be a leader. Features: emerging, diversity of inclusion, Emerge stamp of approval, international, networking. Who reads the Emerge magazine? Decision makers, executives, managers, community members, political leaders, college students and interns, activists, investors, and more. Check out Emerge Magazine at www.emergethemagazine.com at 773-377-5792. General at emergethemagazine.com for contact information. Thank you. This has been a Voice Enterprises production, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you CEO of Emerge the Magazine, Tiffany Boyle. All right, y'all. Hey, what's up, Tiffany?
Hey, how are you?
Awesome. You know, you're episode 303.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's right. So what's going on in the newspaper, the news magazine business? What's up?
Yeah, a lot, of course. Always a lot. Yeah. So our print edition's getting ready to come out. Be on the shelves in March. That's our newest update.
Yeah.
Our digital version has been out since January, and that's doing great, getting great reviews. If you haven't already gotten that, you can go ahead and get it.
That's right. Awesome. Wow. So much going on so fast. I remember when we talked to you, wasn't it like November when we talked to you on the show?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So, audience, Tiffany is not a stranger to Positive Power. She's been here before. And basically, I was telling you earlier that our audience in Maryland, well, mostly my family stretches throughout the eastern shore of Maryland, but they love some D.C., some Washington, D.C. A lot of them work there. You know, they travel and commute over there every day. So they know your stomping grounds, the Virginia area. So Tiffany's here to talk about her magazine, January release, digital, hard copy. Is it in full color? Is it full color?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, full color. Wow. I remember that business so well. All right, y'all. Well, Tiffany's here to talk about her magazine, how it's going to help us small businesses and motivate us. You know, because sometimes we feel like we're in the driver's seat by ourselves. But she's here to ride alongside us, keep us pumped up, motivated, and inspired. Right, Tiffany?
Right. That's right.
So the good Lord gave you that hard job. Uh-oh. So anyway, Tiffany's here to talk to us. But the first question is, as always, coming out of the gates, who is Tiffany Boyle?
Well, I am first a believer of God in Jesus Christ. That's first and foremost. And right after that, I'm a mother. So that probably says a lot about why I, my nurturing and why I care so much about other people, you know, being in their spotlight, getting successful, being educated, because knowledge is power. And I'm just a fun-loving person.
Yeah.
I'm very laid back. I love to take in different people, to take in different cultures and food and all those wonderful things. I just love to have a good time and to laugh all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit about my life. I was born in Florida, Miami, Florida, and I lived there for my younger years. And then moved to Virginia, where I currently live now. And then my family, we moved overseas. So that's probably where I get my love of diversity from, because I've been to, I can't even tell you how many countries in Europe.
Wow.
And that was an awesome experience, meeting great people, great friends, lifelong friends. And then I ended up back here in Virginia, which is now my home. And I love the D.C. area. I'm always coming up there. I will probably end up moving up there. I feel like Emerge is taking me there.
Yeah, you're going to be there soon. Won't be
right.
long.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just me in a nutshell. I like to travel. I like to explore different things, do different things. I'm always on the go. Somebody once told me I'm a visionary, so.
That's right, innovator. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, take on this big beast, 'cause that's what it is. You know, the magazine publishing business, boy, that's a monster. So you sit on the 9th floor of Emerge the magazine. How does it feel to be up so high? That is awesome, Tiffany. Now, Tiffany, we want to know what inspired you to. I know my reason why I got into the business, the magazine business, when I was doing. What's your reason? What was your biggest reason to take on this?
My biggest reason was to help people. That was honestly the whole concept behind Emerge, was to help people in a way that is long-lasting, not just a quick tip on social media or something you read on the internet that could be changed. You know, once it's in a magazine, it's not changing because it's already out.
That's right.
So
Done deal.
Those business owners in the magazine can see where they were, 10 years from now. Oh, this is where I was, just by reading the article in Emerge magazine. Someone 10 years from now can pick it up and read an article and be inspired to start their own business or to continue on with their dreams. So that's really the reason why I started the magazine.
That's right. That's right. Now, you have any heroes out there, who's in the business that you're watching closely to know what moves to make next? Anybody? Any publishers? Your favorite?
No, I kind of glance. No heroes, just because I don't know any of them personally, and I definitely would love to. Always need a mentor. I watch them, just over just read up on articles, things like that. So no one I tend to watch the most.
Right. So you're your own trendsetter, because I know the old Oprah, magazine's not bad. It's a little bit of everything, variety in there. My favorite has always been Black Enterprise. That's the one that motivated me to get into publishing, and now podcasting. Which to me is another form of media, which publishing, but it's more communication. So that was my hero, was Earl Graves. Earl Graves Sr. was my hero. Got a chance to meet him personally, on 2 occasions. What a man, what a man. All right. So that's nobody's you keep an eye on right now. Now I noticed there are quite a few females taking on this big beast, the magazine, the publishing world. And I haven't seen too many guys, but there's a few I've been keeping my eye on. But I noticed there's a lot of females. Why do you think the females are so anxious to get into the magazine business, online and offline?
We can multitask. To be in this position, you have to be able to multitask. Your head, you have to have your ideas going all different ways and have to know what the deadlines are for 5 different tasks all at the same time. So I think that's a big thing.
Yeah,
and having to deal with so many different people and different personalities and things like that, I think that's why, not saying men can't do it, but I know women are better multitaskers.
So how many magazines would you say out there that's still around, that's like, 30, 50 years old, that's been operated by a woman? Been
operated by a woman?
Yeah. Was Vogue started by a woman? Was Cosmopolitan?
I don't know. I believe Essence.
Yeah.
I know they've had their editor-in-chief has been a woman for a long time. I don't know if Vogue was started by a woman.
Yeah, I was working at a publishing company that actually, we actually, published the magazine for some of the, the publishers, did the print, the composition work, and there was quite a few of them. Well, they were coming and going. A lot of them didn't even make it past 6 months, but a lot of them were started by men. Because you get a lot of fitness and sports magazines that are started by men, so they make up the majority. But now you're starting to get a lot of hair magazines, fashion, those kind of things. A lot of the fashion magazines are starting to be more earmarked like towards hair or clothes. I haven't seen anybody really expose the shoe market as much as money they make in shoes, but I guess that's what catalogs are for. But and I think some of your major catalogs are mostly men, which is another animal too. It's taking on another level. But it's a very interesting industry. I love it. Always loved it. Always. Now, you said you wanted to help people. Why not open up a homeless shelter or a soup kitchen or go on a radio? Why the magazine business?
I can tell you why I wouldn't do radio, because I'm not that boisterous, I guess I could say, for being in a magazine is more behind the scenes. I get to organize everything, set out layouts, do planning, things like that, and I'm very good at stuff like that. When it comes to being in front of a large group or having to go out and network, one-on-one, I'm great. Big groups, I have to make myself go do it. And so with a magazine, I have to do those things as well if I want people to know the magazine exists, but the content part, it's just me and another person or the writers I have to deal with or whoever I'm interviewing. It's just one-on-one, and I get to know their story, and I get to tell their story. So that's why I do magazines.
Yeah. Now, in case you get big one day, I want to put my little bit in, my little 2 cents, but when they merge the magazine, get really big, and they want to branch out into some other communications, Jerry Royce Live is for sale. So I can come up under they merge the magazine.
Okay,
all
sounds
right.
Good.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Yeah, that's right.
When we get out there and we do different communications, it will not be me.
Yeah, well, you just be the boss.
That up.
Yeah, that's right. You just be the boss, the owner.
Right.
And you just, we just be the small people working for you. That's right. I work for Emerge the Magazine. That's right. Tiffany Boyle, my boss. Yeah, be rolling like that. All right. Think big. All right. Now, Tiff, we're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna talk about the big plans of Emerge the Magazine. That's on the table right now, so we can all get excited about it, and everybody can load up in their SUVs and head to Washington. All right.
That's right.
All right, hold tight, everybody. We're going to take a quick presentation, and we'll come back. All right, hold tight. Oh, I was ready to push the wrong button. Hold on. I might have to edit this part because somebody moved my commercial. Oh, here we go.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilyndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
That's right. We play Angel's favorite music. That's right. Gospel on Sundays when we go radio cast. When I turn into DJ Roll Royce. That's right. I be rolling the hits on gospel. That's right. So check us out at PositivePower21.org. We revamped our website. It's looking good. It looks just like Emerge the Magazine. I copied every inch of it. That's right. I was checking Tiffany out. Hey, follow the leader. That's right. Tiff. All right, Tiffany. Now, what's planned for Emerge the Magazine? You just released the digital just a few weeks ago, and a hard copy is out. What's next on the table? When's the big party?
The next is our premiere, where we're coming out in full effect, end of May in DC, actually. More information will be out by March 1st. So keep a lookout on our website. The website for the premiere is actually www.emergepremiere.com. There's nothing up yet, just it's under construction. Just to keep a look at it. All the information will be up within the next week about the date, the exact time, date, location, but it is end of May in D.C. It's going to be a night full of networking, some presentations, and then some dancing and some fun.
All right. Can I bring my mic and interview some people?
Definitely. It's going to be a red carpet event, so the who's who of business will be there.
All right.
And we definitely invite all media to come out, take pictures, do interviews, see who's there, bring your business cards, that's for sure, because that's what Emerge is all about.
That's right, networking opportunities. All right. Now this is bigger than what you you kind of dreamed up, Tiffany, or it hasn't quite gotten? I mean, have you seen the vision? Has the smoke cleared yet?
Yeah. Well, it's not as big as my vision yet. Okay. It's on its way. We are on the right path. We definitely have the right people working with us, and everything is on its way. So no, my vision doesn't stop here.
Yeah. So you see some expansion in some other areas, or just the magazine just growing more and more?
Definitely in other areas. We're going to start workshops soon. We're going to have a conference in October, probably again in the D.C. area. Good. And we're all about helping people, how-to, empowerment, business, knowledge, networking, getting all the networking we can in, because connections is very important in the business industry.
That's right. Now you see, the Emerge magazine, are you planning to do like happy hour events? Like, well, network, I know a lot of people call them networking events, but they end up becoming happy hour events. So most everybody there trying to meet somebody, like a meat market. Are you going to try to keep control of that, or you trying to keep it more like a conference workshop type event?
Well, I'm sure we're going to have some happy hour events. What we do have is we will have our social Saturdays that will start popping up in different areas, and that'll be more of the happy hour events because people like to have fun. Business is not all suit and tie and serious. I want people to be able to casually speak about their business and enjoy others' companies. So we will have social Saturdays. We also have, it's called the Emerge Elite membership program that we just rolled out. That is for business owners, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and investors. They can become a member of Emerge, where you get discounts at certain places, certain services. You can get discounts to our events, if not free, and discounts at other people's events as well. And we will also have Emerge Elite event member-only events, and that should be fun. Those would be good fun times.
Yeah. Now, how about retreats? You gonna have some retreats for maybe not for the members, but maybe for your staff. You know, so you see yourself doing things like that, retreats?
Yes, because Emerge, we're our staff, we're a family. We're a close-knit, small group, but as we get bigger, I definitely want to keep that family atmosphere. You know, I like people to be able to speak their minds. I like open-door policies, so we'll definitely have retreats.
Yeah. And most successful publishing companies are like families, because like I told you, I worked for one that was really huge. We specialize in medical and math, science journals, but they were a huge publishing company in the Baltimore area. And they used to do a lot of retreats. Managers used to go away. The employees used to do big picnics. We used to go to the beach, basketball league, you name it, all that. You know, pretty much everybody grew up and watched their kids grow up in the business. It was over 100 years old. Yeah, 100 years old. Yeah, it was something else. I mean, it put me through college. Yep. My mom was able to stay home for a couple of years till she was ready to go to college. So it was quite a business, very successful for that family. Yep. And then we ended up, it inspired us as well, to go into the business, because we knew we could do the work. Not only were we inspired by Earl Graves, Black Enterprise, we saw a black publication, one of the few then that was successful, except for Essence was around the Jet Ebony, but not quite like his, the one that was more like about you having your own ownership, empowerment, have your own businesses. So I could see, how this your machine is going to work. Now, are you gonna network with like the Small Business Administration? Have some of your members, because they do workshops and things like that and conferences. You see yourself networking with them?
We're working on collaborating with SBA, with Chamber of Commerce, because one thing we do also want to get people on the right track as far as legal ways to go, funding for your business, any type of certificates you could get. We definitely want to go that route too. So we are working on our connections with those organizations.
That's right. Because right now, the president has allocated a lot of money to a lot of the federal agencies who's allocating, small business contracts, procurement. A lot of money. A lot of money. Because you have to have your certification as an 8A. That's right. And in some cases for the state, get your MBE, minority. And that includes veterans and other disadvantaged people. Indian, tribal Indians. There's a whole lot of different little categories nowadays. I can't even name them all. But all of them kind of fall under disadvantage. But I know veterans is one of the big ones nowadays. So they don't even really use the word minority anymore. That's not even used really. So it's a lot to understand. So it's great you taking on this, and I know people are going to be excited around you to see this thing, take off. All right, growth. Nothing like growth. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, real quick, Tiff, and we come back. We want to get a little bit more of your vision for your business, and because we got people listening right now who's pretty much kind of operating their small business. They're authors, some of them are podcasts, some of them are performers. Management is important. We want to hear your take on your opinion about being a good manager and a team player, and do you believe in servant management, which is more like you kind of like sharing the wealth in the West.
Right. Okay.
All right. Hold tight for a quick bit. We're gonna take a quick break. I don't know why I can't find nothing today. All right, here we go.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live.
That's right. All right, we're talking to Emerge the Magazine CEO, Tiffany Boyle. Now, Tiffany, your vision. We were just talking about that a little earlier. Mm-hmm. How you aspire to lead, your troops, with this magazine that you've taken on, how you see yourself as a leader.
As a leader, I am very open. When I think of leader, I think of someone who gives out a bunch of rules. I like for people to be visionaries like myself. I haven't gotten into the whole management level thing yet with Emerge. We're not there yet. I like to say, this is my idea, and this is what I want to see from it. You build the plan to get it there. And, I help them with the plan if they need to, but that's how I conduct Emerge. It's all broken into different sections, but that's how I give out. This is my idea. This is where I want it to be. This is when I want it to be like that. Go for it. And so there's no time for people who, certain people need instructions. They have to have step-by-step tasks, and they cannot be in Emerge the Magazine.
Right.
Because I don't have the time to sit there and micromanage anybody. I need people to. That's why it's so important that for the team that came aboard to Emerge, that they believed in the goal and they believed in the vision along with me. I'm sure not as much as I believe in it, but enough to where they knew they were going to have to sacrifice their time and their energy into this to see it come to fruition. And a lot of them, once they, especially like my editor, she started off as an intern, and in college, and she's graduated now, and she's still editing because she just believes in the vision and she believes in the goal, and she loves the articles that we put out and where we're trying to go. So a lot of the people that came on board, they ended up falling in love with the goal and the mission just after speaking with a few people or seeing end results, things like that. So
yeah, that's right. Now, have you put a strategic plan in effect, like what they call them, like 25-year plans nowadays? Some people make them 5 years, but I think the government making them 25 now. Have you ever thought about that?
I haven't yet. My goal for this year is to create a vision board for myself and Emerge. So that's one of the things. I have it all flying around in my head, but I have to actually put it on paper. I have about 5 years out, but I haven't gone further than that yet.
All right. Now, I know it's a lot of challenges, being a publisher, a CEO, because there's so many different pieces of this machine, and I call it a machine. Right. But I remember operating it, and I know you do have the head, and then you have all these working pieces. And like you said, people have to be able to take ownership of what they're doing, so everything can work together, be fluent. If they can't, you have to find somebody else. Now, I remember listening to this guy named Jack Welch. I actually have his book, and he was the CEO of General Electric. And he said it took a long time before they got upper management to look at this idea called being a servant manager. The managers being open, being transparent to the bottom line and the first line. Because sometimes you find there's a separation between first line management and upper management, and your executives. There's no transparency there. As a publisher, do you see your vision on how you want your different levels to work hand in hand? Have you looked out that far?
Yes. I definitely believe communication is a big factor in that. But yes, I have thought about how I want the different divisions to interact, how we would all come together when I start getting into the different levels of management and executives. Not there yet, but I have thought about it, and I'm sure my plans would have to be tweaked as I grow.
Yeah. Now, do you spend time developing your management skills? Like looking at videos or Google Hangout of managers doing presentational seminars, like on TEDx, those kind of programs. You get a chance to do that for yourself?
I watch TED Talk. I try to listen to audiobooks, business audiobooks in my car, since I'm in my car a lot. And I try to meet up with mentors or people who are in a position where I am trying to get to as much as I can.
Good. So that brings confidence to your people when they see you, that you're constantly developing yourself as a leader. That's
right.
Awesome.
I can't have a magazine called Emerge and I don't emerge myself.
That's true. That's right. That's right. But that's so awesome to hear, that you're constantly at it, every waking moment. Because I know it's not a lot of time in the day, and you need your rest. Because I was reading, I think my nutritionist told me that the brain needs like 7 hours to detox. I was like, whoa, my brain only getting that like on Saturdays, if Saturdays. So do you give yourself time to detox, or you just trying to take it all in? You eating right, are you exercising, all that good stuff?
Yeah, I exercise. Me and my friends, we actually try to give ourselves a goal every month, and if we don't reach our goal, we put $5 in a pot. And I've been putting $5 in every month, but
Tiffany.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I do that, and then my daughter keeps me going constantly. That's for sure. And you used to hear business people stay up till 3 in the morning and they get 4 hours of sleep, and I'm not one of those people. I literally could not function off of 3 to 4 hours of sleep. So I get about a good 7, on a good day 8.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll have to
Good
make
for you.
myself put down my computer.
Yeah.
It's a mental. You have to put down your computer. It'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah. That's right. The BlackBerry, the smartphones. You're right. You know, people taking them to bed. So let me get this last post in real quick. you know. Well, let's see what what smart news is saying. Like, I love smart news. It's kind of scary sometimes when you read about the news going around in other countries, how violent things are right now. So I try to stay away from that kind of negativity. So I try to just keep it business. So I'm excited about Emerge Magazine. We need more of them, you know, to keep everybody motivated, inspired, keep from making bad mistakes, you know. Because sometimes you do need to hear the good and the bad, you know. So I always try to start my stories off on a good note, but then people end up telling you, you know, what really happened, you know, the real story. The real story comes out, you know. So it's what it is, reporting, right? All right, Tiffany, we're going to take a quick break. We come back, we're going to get your final thoughts on today's show, okay, for our audience listening in on Maryland Eastern Shore, D.C., Chicago, New York, Philly, Southern California is big. And let's not forget about our family in the Barbados and Haiti, all right? Hold tight, everybody. It's Jerry Royce Live, worldwide, and Tiffany Boyle of Emerge the Magazine. Be right back.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reads World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readsworldpublishing.com.
Hi, I am Arthur Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Yeah. Thank you, Crystal. All right, we back with Tiffany. Tiffany, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts is, if you have not downloaded the digital version of Emerge Magazine, download it now. You can get it off of emergethemagazine.com. And then after you read it, tell me what you think. We're all about tailoring to what the people need. Was it helpful? Did you get inspired by it? What would you like to see more of? And there are great articles in there. Keep looking forward. We're going to have some contests coming up in the next 2 months. So keep a lookout on that on our social media outlets. And hope to see you at all of our events. And show support, and we will support you.
That's right. That sounds good, man. I like everything you said tonight. Sounds so good. I'm looking forward to all these events because, you know, I need an excuse to get to D.C. again. You know, besides waiting for Christmas to hang out. Yeah, hang out. We were just hanging out at National Harbor was like our family hangout during the Christmas holiday, but we need another reason to. Because my wife said, I don't know if I can handle going to D.C. for a concert. I was like, oh, man, no entertainment. It's only 40 minutes.
Exactly.
And she actually got a crib over there in Glendale. So I don't know what the problem is. Like, we can't make a stop, you know. I don't know. Yeah, we'll work it out with her. We'll work it out.
Well, now you'll have an excuse.
That's right. Yeah, so we need to hang out with some grown folks. We with the kids too much.
That's
all
right.
So we counting on you. We counting on you now to make these events happen. And the typical be like, oh, we just released the magazine. We'll do a party next time. Don't do that. Don't do us like that, all right?
No,
all right, Tiffany. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get a link so we can put it on our website, positivepower21.org. Our many, many visitors. And we got the Rock News magazine still out there in archive in case you guys want to check it out. The Rock News magazine is still out there. My family published it years ago. I think we started publishing in 2006, but it's archived. So we still get a lot of visitors to it. So hopefully we'll be able to connect Emerge the magazine to it. Would you like that?
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, because people come there to listen to Jerry Royce Live for some reason. I had to put a play on that site because people was going there. And I guess when you put up my name, it goes there first. So I guess that was the reason. So anyway, we're going to get you a link so we get that from you. So please don't forget, Tiffany, so we can do that for you. All right?
Okay.
All right, because I have one server that's sitting on, so I'm about to take it down. I don't bring it up that often. All right, so you got to get it to me tonight so we can update it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tiffany, I tell people all the time, if they want to hear the good stuff, I mean the real good stuff, they need to listen to Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. And don't forget to go to emergethemagazine.com. Check out what's going on around D.C. and Maryland. Tiffany's going to lead us. Lead us, Tiffany. All right.
Yes.
All right, everybody. Y'all stay awesome all week long. I'm Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, that's our.
He guides with direction, His love and affection. Don't give up, be strong and lift him up, 'cause He's the power of life. Rain always, 'cause it's the last day.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.MarilynDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is international urban gospel recording artist Angel Sessions, and I have a new single out that just was released February 17th, 2015. The title is Jesus is Coming Soon. It is now on all online stores for CDs sold, CD Baby, iTunes, Amazon. Also, you can visit my website, www.angelsessions.com for more information. And I am on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Cowell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? Boy, he was the same.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. That's right, and welcome, everybody. And tonight we got a special treat for you. I know you guys been watching us on Facebook, and we've been promoting Angel Sessions is back. That's right, urban gospel recording artist. That's right. She's the songstress of Hearts of a Broken Love, my favorite LP. And we're going to have her on in a few moments, but right now we're going to have a word from our big major sponsor of this program, Dominique Wilkins.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to you, but you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality through Dominique Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books.
Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Thank you for joining us. This is the Jerry Royce Live Worldwide presentation for PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Tonight's guest is Angel Sessions. And her bio reads, I've always had a love and passion for singing ever since I was a little girl. Touching the lives of others through my music inspires me to continue my journey for God's glory until the end. Angel Sessions. The road to success hasn't been easy, but after 18 or more years in the music industry, Angel Sessions has proven she is in it to stay. Angel started out early on as an R&B recording artist before her first deal with Pitt Mobile, Ichabod Records, and Volt Records. Angel was traveling to Guam, performing at the Grammys pre-parties in Los Angeles, and performing at the same venues with acts such as The Whispers, H-Town, Tina Marie, James Brown, Eric Benet, and many more. She performed also on many local television stations in the Bay Area and was interviewed on local radio program shows. Angel Sessions writes all of her own lyrics. Ever since I can remember, I always wrote songs of love to my Heavenly Father. It was a gift God has given me along with the ability to sing. Angel began singing in church. She was one of the lead singers that would perform a special song when called on. After years of local performances in the Bay Area and the Los Angeles area, Angel was introduced to a producer and songwriter that would take her career to the next level. In 1998, she signed a deal with Pitt Mobile Records. She released her first album entitled Introducing Angel. Her first single release was Never Her. Got radio airplay on 80 BDS stations and was received well. The buzz about Angel was beginning to spread, and many people in the industry was hearing the name Angel Sessions. Echelon sold the company in 1999. Angel was introduced to the vice president of Fantasy Records, Phil Jones. She had already recorded her second album, Love Ride, and at the time was shopping for her deal for her new project. Phil Jones loved the album, and it was soon released on December 1999 on Volt Records. The single Get It Right from the album was also released to all of the radio stations around the country. A video was also shot for the song. Actor-director Fred Williamson played Angel's father in the video. The album was received well and had a small write-up review in Rolling Stones magazine and mentioned in Billboard magazine. Volt Records also signed Lenny Williams, Brenda Holiday, Freda Payne, the Delphonics, and the Dramatics. Each of them did one album deal. Angel had the opportunity to record backup vocals on the album and also duets. She was also introduced to Maurice White, lead singer of Earth, Wind & Fire. Angel sang on two on Maurice's albums that lately placed on the Stylistics album in 2010, entitled Painted in the Sky. Many great producers contributed to the album Love Ride. Tony Camillo wrote the song Inconvenience on Angel's album Love Ride. It was written for the movie Held Up, starring Jamie Foxx and Nia Long. The original title of the film was Inconvenience, but was soon changed to the title Held Up. However, Angel was invited to the movie premiere to meet Jamie Foxx and the cast and to see the film. In 1999, Angel was introduced to Mary Wilson, formerly from the talented and famous girl group The Supremes. In 2004, Angel traveled around the country singing backup for Mary Wilson. In 2005, Angel released her first gospel recording album on CD Baby. The album entitled He Loves You began the new journey in the gospel world of music for Angel Sessions. She auditioned to open up for Fred Hammond at the San Diego State Fair in 2007 and was later asked to do two shows performing on two different stages on the same day of the event. In 2012, Angel released other gospel material. She shot her first gospel video, Chasten and You Got Him, You Don't. Both videos were received well by her fans. Angel released her next video in 2013 titled You Can. In 1 hour after the release, it went viral to over 9,000 views. Angel released her seventh album, You Send Me Higher, and EP, If You Love Me, that same year. In 2014, her latest album, Hearts of Broken Love, gained exposure from the fans around the world after the release of her single, Get Up, from the album. It was released to radio stations and charted at number 1 for 11 weeks on the national U.S. charts. Hearts of a Broken Love also charted on Amazon at number 14 for the best gospel music download. Angel is currently working on a new album entitled Songs of Comfort and will release her new single, Jesus Is Coming Soon, in February 2015. She is also planning on a tour coming soon. She has been featured in Encore, HD Hair Magazine, Artists United Magazine, Say What News Online Magazine, and Top Cat Online Magazine. Angel has also had her songs featured on Coast to Coast mixtape and was nominated for the Underground Music Awards for the Most Promising Female Artist and nominated for the ATL Music Entertainment Award for the Best Female Artist. Angel continued her success of sharing her talent for all of her fans, and she is so grateful for the support many of her fans have shown her. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Angel Sessions. Enjoy this presentation on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. Welcome to the show, Angel. How you doing?
Hey, I'm great, Jerry. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, now, you got your brand new single coming out. Well, it should be out now, right? February. Jesus Coming Soon.
Yeah, February 17th. It was out about a few days ago. So it's on Amazon, all online stores where music is sold. CD Baby, Amazon, Google Play, iTunes, you name it.
Yeah. Oh, man. Beautiful song, too. Now, before we get started with the interview, I told you my audience in D.C. and Maryland, mostly my family, they love to know who they're listening to on this show. And this is for you, Eastern Shore, Maryland, D.C. The question is, who is Angel Sessions?
Angel Sessions, myself, I am an urban national, or an international urban gospel recording artist. And I've been in the business for quite some time, over 18 years. Been a long journey and a wonderful one, thanks again to my Heavenly Father for keeping me through His strength strong and to go on and just a lot of great things in store this year. Just working hard on continuing to put out good music, mainly for God's glory and for all of my fans. I'm just grateful for all the emails I receive, for all the support I get through my awesome team, Kelly Lee, Artists United, Demetrius Guidry, and all the wonderful host radio shows such as Bronze 8, Jerry Royce Live, and just many others if I haven't named. But God has been good, and I just can't thank him enough.
Amen. Amen. God is awesome. That's right. All right, Angel, you know I'm always listening to your songs. I tell you all the time how I just love your album, your LP, and I can't wait for the new one to come out. And you're dropping that in March, right? The Songs of Comfort. Jesus Coming Soon, February. March, you got Songs of Comfort coming out. How anxious is your team and your fans? How anxious are they?
From what I'm hearing, and all the great, wonderful emails and response that I get, I'm sure they're very excited about it as much as I am. So I think they'll really enjoy this new album. I'm very excited about it. I love the latest album I have, Hearts of Broken Love, but I think this is far more, a little more deeper because each of the songs really does have a song of comforting a person's soul, heart, as far as whatever they might be going through. I mean, God is the only one that can save. So the song is not as though it can save someone. God can, but God can use the song for that purpose. So that they can hear the song and God can really minister to their hearts through it, and this is what I'm praying for.
That's right. Now, your music is so relaxing, and when we talked before, you told us, you write all your own lyrics, and the same for this album, you wrote all your own lyrics?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Your music is so relaxed, like it talks to your heart. Hearts of a Broken Love. I just found every one of those songs to be so soothing and relaxing. Man, if it was slower or it was an up-tempo, it just was so relaxing. Just like you could almost feel the angels, singing to you. Now, are we going to get the same, or are we going to get way more from Songs of Comfort? I mean, how you feel about this one over? I mean, could you compare the two if you had to?
Yeah, Songs of Comfort is different. My writing ability is who I am. So I think when people hear my vocal arrangement, it's still Angel Sessions, but Songs of Comfort is definitely more powerful, more, heartfelt, simply because each song I write, I try to be as different. I try not to be, similarly the same. So it definitely does have that great feel of Songs of Comforting someone's soul. So, the Hearts of Broken Love is a great album, and I'm definitely still currently pushing that one. But this new album that I will be releasing, I'm really believing that hopefully, Lord willing, it's going to do well, and that people will see why the title is called Songs of Comfort.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, Jesus Coming Soon is an exciting single itself. Now, let's listen to it a little bit, all right? And we'll be right back, so hold tight. We're talking to Angel Sessions on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to listen to Jesus is Coming Soon. All right, hold tight, everybody, for this presentation with James Deshay.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Don't delay, give it up, be strong and lift him up, 'cause he's the power of life. Lift him up, rain away, rain away, rain away, 'cause it's the last day. Don't look to the right, don't look aside. Jesus is Christ, Jesus is coming, and I'm feeling. Jesus is coming, and I'm feeling. Don't look to the left, don't look to the right, don't look aside. Nobody turn you around. Don't let and try to make you fall to the ground. Don't let. He got his protection. He got with direction. His
love and affection. Don't give it up. Be strong and lift him up. 'Cause he's the power of life. Lift him up. Rain away, rain away, rain away for this last day.
Oh, wow, that's so beautiful. Tell us about that piece, Angel. Jesus
Well, the
coming
book
soon.
is why I wrote Jesus is coming soon, because he is coming soon. And I just want to always make sure I'm faithful to God's word to declare everything that I've learned from God's word, that Christ is soon to come, and that it's going to be a rejoiceful time for his elect. Maybe not for everyone, of course, because God knows who his elect are. But when he does return for his elect, there will be totally joyful sounds. I mean, I can't even imagine how it's going to be, but it's going to be so awesome on that day. So it's a song of encouragement to all the true believers from all around the world, and only God knows who they are, and they know who they are, to hold on and be strong and don't give up, and, and continue to lift up God's name, continue to be faithful, stay true to God's word, and share the gospel faithfully to as many as God allows. Put on your heart to do so that God will continue through his people saving his people from their sins, because this is the miracle of Christ, and that is the work of salvation that he does in the hearts of his people. And so this song is just to continue to encourage all the true believers to just rejoice and be happy because the Lord's coming soon, and just hold on and don't give up.
That's right. Hold on, everybody. He's coming soon. That's right. Now, Angel, your music is like a ministry. Is that the purpose? It's a ministry from you to us?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like a preaching thing. It's not something that I'm doing because, it's just something that through my music that God that does all the work and uses me through my music to share his word, the gospel, in my songs for everyone. And to whom God wills to save, he will. And I just want to be that vessel that God continues to use for his glory, to be faithful to his word, and utilizing my songs as I use scriptures. So when that song, Jesus is Coming Soon, first opens up on the first verse, that is scripture taken from the original King James Version of the Bible.
Amen. Amen. Now, Angel, there's a lot going on out in the world. We know we can't save everybody, but we try and touch as many hearts as we can, through our voice, what we do, what he's given us. When will we see you, on tour, on stage, on video? Any plans for that this year?
Well, as far as video, definitely, hopefully soon. I can't say as far as when that is yet, but tour, hopefully, definitely soon. God, he knows the ending from the beginning, and you never know what God has in store for you. This is why I just continue to pray that God lead and guide me to whatever he asks me to do. If it's right now, continue to just put out music and he continues to touch the lives of people, then that's what I'll continue to do. But, of course, I would, and I am working on eventually wanting to tour, and start performing more so that I can be able to reach my fans and see them face to face and be able to share, what God's given me through songs, and be able to be live and up close, because I know that means a lot to my fans to be able to perform live, and that's what I'm desiring to do. Because I have fans all over the world, that do write to me and ask me, when are you coming to the UK, or when are you coming to Japan, or when you come to Australia, we want to see you. So, I get these kind of emails sometimes, and it just really, inspires me and pushes me more to keep going, in hopes that I can, get that worked out.
That's right. That's right. They want to see you. Now, Angel, we know you got your start in church. Now, when you reach your plateau where you are right now, the big stage you're on now, being, international gospel star, is it possible for you to show up at church and pastor say, hey, come on up here and sing, Angel? Is that possible? Does that happen?
No, I mean, it hasn't as far for a while. I'm just, there was, I was in San Diego and with my mom, and she wanted me to sing, things like that, and share my gift to her friends and people there, so I was able to do so, and they were very, happy. This was off my Hearts Are Broken Love album. This was back in December. So, but I'm just looking to tour, hopefully worldwide, even if it's just starting off my native city area, and just be able to go wherever God allows to take me to go. I just want him to lead and guide me, not me myself.
Yeah. Now, our audience is a lot bigger since the last time we spoke with you on Jerry Royce Live. Now, people want to know, how did you get your start? They listening to you right now. You're international. You have these beautiful songs out. Obviously, you have good support, to get where you are today. You kept you grounded. You keep the Lord first. Any advice, or can you give our audience a little bit, background on how you got started in the industry and before you got started in the gospel industry?
Yeah, well, again, as you had read a little bit about my bio, since I was a little girl, I've always wanted to sing. That's just something I started doing since I was 6 years old. I did a little talent show, sung the song called Our Love by Natalie Cole, and I came in second place, I believe. And I just always had this love and passion for singing. I started writing since I was 11 years old. I would write my little tunes for God, and I would run to my mom and sing it to her, and she would share my talent to her friends, but she would have company and ask me to perform and sing for them, So I kind of broke away from my shyness because she did that a lot. So I was able to sing a lot in front of people and not be shy. And so she pushed me further to encourage me to keep singing. And as I got older, I had, embarked upon a career, doing a lot of networking and just introducing myself to many people, sending out P1 packages with my bio picture and CD, and just trying to do a lot of networking here in my Bay Area and meeting a lot of people. I was able to be blessed to perform at the Grammys pre-party 4 times. This wonderful friend of mine, she passed away, but her name was the late Bonnie Sweeney, and she would put on the Grammys pre-party in Los Angeles. And she would always ask me, she said, if I have you to perform, you got to perform my favorite song. And when her favorite song was Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. So every time I perform, I would open up with that song first, and then I would perform one of my songs at the Grammys party. And so I was blessed to do it 4 times, 4 different years, and open up for many other people like Howard Hewitt, and perform with H-Town was there, and the Whispers, and I just met so many great, wonderful, celebrities, performers, and this was before I even got my start. I was just doing a lot of networking and trying to find myself and, putting out demos, constantly performing and recording in studios. And it wasn't until around 1997 when I met someone who was a producer, songwriter himself, and he's the one that kind of started me and gave me my big break. And started his own label, Pitmobile Records, and we went to Atlanta, Georgia. And at the time, Ichiban Records was around in Atlanta, and they fell in love with my music, and he wanted to put out a single on me, which was called She Was Never Her, but Ichiban wanted an album. So I had already had a lot of songs I've never published, but, fresh new songs that I just recorded. So we put it together and recorded a few more songs to put the album called Introducing Angel, which was released in 1998 from Pitmobile/Ichiban Records. The following year, we were going to release the second single off that album, which was called You Missed a Good Thing. That was a song originally that I wrote, and they had folded, and I was like, oh, wow. When we was about to release, I was, getting excited, but we just continued to perform. I recorded a new album, and we used their studio in Atlanta, and we shopped it to various labels at the time. And then he went to Fantasy Records out of Berkeley, California, and they reactivated a label, old school label called Vote, Vote Records. And they had signed a lot of the old school, legendary, great, awesome recording artists, which is Lenny Williams and Brenda Holloway, Frida Payne, and Dramatics, and William Hart of the Delphonics, and L.J. Reynolds of the Dramatics, and I can't remember everybody else, but and I was one of the new artists, and me and this other young lady from Atlanta. So I was able to perform on their albums, doing backup vocals on their albums. Oh, sorry, the Mighty Bells, can't forget them. And so I was able to meet them and just really down there, became friends and just, great teams and just working together and recording. And we did this single called A Brand New Start, which was a duet with me and Lenny Williams, Brenda Holloway, and William Hart of the Delphonics. And we were going to release that. We did release it, actually, on the Boat Records. We were going to actually perform it on Oprah Winfrey show. She heard the single, and she loved it, and she performed it on her show, and I was all ecstatic, excited about it. But, God knows, and, it didn't work out, but, the single did come out, and, so just kept promoting and pushing the Love Ride album. The big buzz created was, all around the United States and Japan about Angel Sessions and my first album and my second album. But just a lot of protocols and a lot of politics and just things that just didn't go the way it could have went. But God knows, and He, works the way He works, and He does things best for, what He knows best. And so He led me from that point to, in 2005, put it on my heart to just start doing gospel music, and that's where I decided to just continue to do that, which was my passion since a child, and haven't looked back as far as that's concerned, and continue to write my songs and, arrange and continue to just move forward and just, stay indie and just, focusing on what God has done. And since then, I came out with about 7, urban gospel music, and very happy about all that, and just great things that came out of it, and it continues to grow and continue to meet great people that God has blessed and brought into my life to help me along the way, because I believe in this. You can't do it by yourself. So He really guided me and blessed me with some wonderful people that had, came into my life, like, Kelly Lee of Artists United, and it was a great blessing to me because of her passion for the independent artist, that you can do it, even if because you're not major doesn't mean you can't do it, because social media is a big, broad internet where you can really
it is. Big world.
And even though there's a lot of music already out there, and sometimes you get oversaturated, it's just a way of knowing how to market and knowing how to really get your music out there. If your music's good, it will be heard. And that's the main thing, making sure that it sounds polished and clear and clean and positive, and radio ready and commercial. And the fans know what they like. And even if my music may not be for everyone, it's for someone out there.
That's right.
For that individual, this is why I do what I do.
That's right. You're doing a good job, man. We see you out there staying positive. Good role model for the young people also, by the way. Want to throw that in there. Now, your bio is so interesting. It reads just like a story. You had the opportunity to work with the great Maurice White of Earth, Wind, and Fire, my dad's favorite group. What was it like working with Maurice on that project? For anybody,
well, it was really wonderful, actually. He's a very down-to-earth person, very down-to-earth, and he was like, I'm not puffing myself up. I'm just going by what I remember and what he said, that he was astonished with my vocals, because I love doing, if you listen to all my songs, I do all my own harmony. Mm-hmm. And he loved my vocals, he loved my harmonies, and that's what he needed me for. He needed me to do some backup for these 2 songs that he was working on for the Earth, Wind, and Fire new album at that time. And so he hired me to do 2 songs, to do backup and harmonies, things like that, and he loved it. He said, well, I'd like to keep using you, and for my next project, so I said, well, that'll be great, and he ended up using those 2 songs actually on the Stylistics album in 2010. And the song called Painted in the Sky. If you hear that song, Painted in the Sky by the Stylistics, that's my vocals in the background.
Yeah, I got to look that one up, Painted in the Sky. And the name of that album was that?
It's the Stylistics. Just look for the song. I don't know I can't remember the album name. I just know the single's called Painted in the Sky.
Okay, yeah, we can look that up. All right, you had an opportunity also to write a song for a big star, 2 big stars, at least in the African-American community, Jamie Foxx and Nia Long. What was it like working on that project? That song was titled Inconvenience. Was that the title?
It was not their project, actually. It was a movie. It was a movie called, it was originally called Inconvenience. Mm-hmm. But they changed the title. Trimark Pictures, I was in Los Angeles, and Trimark Pictures hired me. They said they wanted me to do the theme song for the movie Inconvenience, starring Jamie Foxx and Nia Long. And so I flew to New Jersey, and I worked with Tony Camillo, I think his name. He wrote that song Midnight Train to Georgia with what's Midnight Train? Gladys Knight.
Gladys Knight, that's right, Gladys Knight.
Yeah, he wrote that song for her, and he's a Grammy, award-winning songwriter.
Oh, yeah.
And he wrote a lot of great songs for a lot of Dionne Ward and a lot of people he's worked with. So he wrote the song Inconvenience on my album, and right at the last minute they changed the title to Held Up. So the movie's out; you can see it online. So the song was not able to be used because they changed the title. Even though when you hear watch the movie, that song Inconvenience would have been perfect, I think, for that movie. But they wanted the title to be Held Up instead of Inconvenience. But I was able to still go to the movie premiere and meet Jamie Foxx in the cast.
Yeah, that was awesome. That's awesome. All right, we talking to Angel Sessions. She's been in the industry for a while, and we want to know the secret to holding up in the industry, the one that we know so well, the big-time music industry. Now, Angel, a lot of people don't last that long in the industry, and I guess it's because they're not moving along with the time, or the labels just don't feel like, and we want to pay them the money they used to making, or do some of the people just decide to go indie, work on their own projects, so that's something they probably always wanted to do it their way. So we're going to just get your opinion on that when we come back. So we're going to take a quick break, all right? And we'll get your opinion on that one, all right? Hold tight, everybody.
Okay. All right.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reads World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readsworldpublishing.com.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
All right, thank you, family. That's right. Family all over the Maryland, Eastern Shore, Washington, D.C., they listening to us. They want to know who's the writer of Get Up, because they love that song, too. That's from Hearts of Broken Love, Angel Sessions, gospel, urban gospel recording artist, brand new single out, Jesus Coming Soon. Songs of a Comfort is on its way. I can't wait. Woo. Angel, so how have you been able to hold up? You have 18 years in the industry. A lot of them don't make it that long. You know, you hear about the greats. They just falling by the wayside. Tell us the secret, Angel. How you do it? How did you do it?
It's no real secret. It's just about the passion, you know, the person has to have and what they do. If it's just about something, some people don't do it always for their passion and love of music. They do it maybe because it's just a money thing, or, you know, at the time it's just what they thought they wanted. It just depends on the individual. But I think that it's all up to the individual. If you're in it for the right reasons, if you're in it for the love of music, for the love of the people that you share your music with, you can continue to do it, because if you give up, you never know how it's going to end. It won't go anywhere because you've given up, so you will never know.
That's right. Now, Angel, you know how sometimes you read about these guys that, you know, they're pastors, bishops, deacons, and they'll tell that story how they heard God calling them, but they just weren't listening. They didn't want to give up the streets. They didn't want to give up that lifestyle they were living, you know, to preach His word. They just kept resisting Him until things went bad, and they had no choice. And then they finally gave in and said, "Let me go help God and His people." And they you know, got into the ministry. Now you were out there before in the R&B on the music side, and you decided that, you know, it wasn't for you anymore, and you decided to do gospel, and you just love it. You got the passion for it. You know, you hear about some of these greats, you know, they used to sing in the church, then they went on and got big contracts, and you don't even hear about them anymore. I just wonder what would happen if they decided to return to their gospel roots and start singing for the Lord again. You know, you think that was a blessing for you? You know, working for God again?
I do know that God has to be the one to draw you. You can't do it yourself. There's nothing we can do in ourselves. God's already said that through His word, that without me you can do nothing. So God has to be the one to plant that seed in that person's heart. He has to be the one to save that person. If He truly has saved you, you know, when you have an intense desire to do His will, you know, to be obedient is to be, you know, to keep His commandments, which is the whole Bible. And when that, you will not give up. You can't give up, because God is the one who's taking control of your life, and He's the one who works in your heart, both to will and do of His good pleasure. So it's always going to be about God, because it's not ever about us. If we do it on our own strength or on our own self-righteousness, and we're thinking we're doing it, you know, by God, and we fall by the wayside, and we keep doing it, and we keep falling, then we have to re-examine ourselves. Are we really saved? You know, and so salvation is of the Lord. It's not of ourselves. It's nothing we can do to get ourselves saved. God has to be one to do it for. He's already done the work before the foundation of the world. So at that point in time, before that person dies on this earth, God will apply the word to his heart, to that person's heart. You know, and only God knows when that happens. But they know they'll have a new, you know, a new heart and a new spirit, and they'll know that their life will be completely different. You know, they won't have the desire to continue to do the same things they've been doing. They won't have a desire to say, well, yeah, I backslid, but there's no such thing as backsliding when God saved you. God doesn't work like that.
That's right. Amen. Powerful, powerful. All right. Now, you've been seen in some big-time magazines. You're in a new one that's out, Artists United magazine. Kelly Lee, brand new.
Yes.
She featured you in that. What was that project like for you?
Yeah, that was awesome. She had released her awesome magazine October of last year, 2014, featuring the awesome Erica Kane. She was the first young lady on it. She's an awesome R&B singer herself. Many people know her music. And she blessed me to feature me in November on the Artists United magazine. And I was totally honored for that. And so, yeah, that was just an awesome magazine. And then there were others that was on that God blessed me with like Say What News magazine, a wonderful magazine that God blessed me with Renette Brown. She's the CEO owner of Say What News. That was back in 2012, actually. And then she featured me again in 2013 when I came out with the You Send Me Higher album. She did a review on that one. And then the latest album, the latest magazine I was on was called, what's it called? Encore.
Encore, yeah.
Hair and Fashion magazine featuring Lisa Ray Shaw was on the front cover of that magazine. That just came out January of this year. So
Yeah.
I am in that one.
All right. Now, you have a great look, real fashionable. How important was image? Especially being introduced in these magazines, because they seem like, these magazines about the glam, perfect image. Is that tough? Being in the industry, trying to keep it up 24/7. Is that hard?
No, because I'm not trying to be a follower, actually. I just wanted to continue to allow God to use me. And I just do what I have been doing for a long time, which I believe it is important when you show yourself to be professional, keeping up with your website, updating it constantly, keeping current information on it for your fans and anyone that want to know anything about you. Your image is very important, your album cover, your CD cover, your pictures, profile, your photos. It's very important, because if you look sloppy, your music, the people are going to think your music sounds sloppy, So you got to be very, careful and if you're a sincere artist, of course, you're going to want to look like most of the majors. You don't see them with sloppy albums and it looks like amateur looking, it's very professionally done. So if you as an artist have to remain, doing the same, because you want your fans to take you serious.
That's right. So Angel, where did you learn all your business savvy, in the beginning? Where were you in the beginning, and where are you now when it comes to making business decisions? And who's helping you out with that?
So the grace of God has helped me out with that a lot, of course. And then, of course, with the help of Kelly Lee, Artists United, and then, of course, my husband. But I make a lot of decisions also of my own, because I've been doing it for so long. And I had to learn, a lot of the business side in order to take care of my business when it comes to making sure, with my BMI account, publishing royalties, and making sure I register my music and things like that. So when I'm coming out with a new album, everything is all taken care of. It's not just throwing your music out on iTunes expecting it to just sit there and people are going to go buy. You really have to market that. You really have to continue to push and market and promote so that people can know that you're out there and that, and make yourself visible on a regular basis. If you can do, be on blogs and have other people to talk about you, and share your news where other people be excited for you as well as you're excited for yourself. So I learned a lot of these things as I'm out there doing a lot, and along with my team that's working with me. And I think that's, very important. You should, always learn the business and not just sit back and do nothing but be the artist. I don't think it's cool to be lazy. You have to learn to say no. It's going to take hard work. Nothing happens overnight. But it's not about the quick get rich quick, kind of thing. But you keep grinding, and you keep working, and you keep pushing, and it will happen eventually. We're willing. You just keep, believing in yourself, because if you have what it takes, others will see it.
That's right.
But you have to get it out there in front of them.
That's right. Now, how important is management to an artist? How important is that? Good management.
I think for new artists, that management could be important, because new artists don't mainly know much about the business. They don't know where to go. They just do music in studios. They want to get heard. They want to be out there. They want to perform. They want to sing. They want to do a lot of great things. But if they don't know the business side, then, of course, they should have someone that's going to guide them so that they're not all over the map and just doing things backwards or doing things that they don't know what they're doing. But, because of the industry that has changed a lot, in today's market, some don't need managers. I think it's good to always have someone to guide you, because even with me, I don't think that I know everything, because I don't. Just because I've been in the business for a very long time, the industry is constantly changing. There's constantly new things that are online, constantly new things that are happening. To keep yourself current, to keep yourself going, you need to learn about all these new things to keep yourself, going, so that you can not only help what you're trying to do, but perhaps share that knowledge with someone else, to keep going, because the industry is always changing. It's always been like that even before social media began, so it's always good to keep, keep yourself, grounded. And I think as, with today's change of social media, if you are an advanced artist, and you know an awful lot about, what you need to do with marketing, promotion, things like that, you may necessarily not need a manager. But then, again, you may want one because you can't do everything. And who has a lot of hats to wear? You may want eventually someone to take over and say, I just want to be the creative person, and I want someone to take over my business side, and that's fine, too.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And now, who decides on your different looks? Because all your pictures look great, your poses. I think everything has to be perfect when you're, especially on the internet, because it moves so fast. How important was your look for the internet?
Well, as always, since the beginning of time when I first started this industry, it was always important to me, having that image as well as performing and things like that. It all goes hand in hand. You want to take care of yourself. You want to look the part. Again, it's not like that's the image and then that's it. But image is everything. You just look like you don't care about yourself, and you look sloppy and toe up, and you just wear anything, and you just take a picture like a selfie picture and you stick it on an album cover and call it a CD. That's not going to look right for someone you want to buy your music. And they buy that, even if it's download. I mean, it just looks like you don't care, so why should they care?
That's right. That is true. Now, how about as far as like skincare, eating right? Are you really in tune with those kind of things?
I am. I definitely, I don't always eat right and healthy foods all the time, of course, but I do try to maintain, watching what I eat and exercising and keeping myself fit, so that I can last as long as I can, willing, and be able to have that energy. So when I'm performing on stage or whatever, that, I can have that energy, so I do definitely try to keep myself in shape.
That's right. Now, what is a typical morning like for Angel Sessions? A typical morning?
Always
media?
It's every day is kind of different. It just depends. Some days I'm more busier than others, but always making sure that I'm up and on that computer and doing what I have to do, and keeping my fans update about whatever's going on, or, making sure that I'm on time with my interviews or answering calls, or, maybe at times I have to take the break and go out and go for a walk, to keep that going. And, but most of all, just making sure that I'm not all over the map where I forget about God, think about him at all times and make sure you pray. Don't forget to take time to pray, and thank the Lord and just, meditate on him. Don't get so caught up that you forget about him. I have to remind myself to do that all the time because it's easy to be done if you're so caught up.
Yeah, you hop right out of bed and forget to jump on your knees, You're like, oh, my God, where am I going with this, Now, and this question is for you, Angel. Then we're going to take a quick break. Big question. Work-life balance. Is it balanced?
Balance?
Is it balanced? Yes. Is your work and life balanced?
Yes, always with the help of God. Because I say I can't do anything without him. I depend on God for every single thing. Everything. I can't do not one thing without him. Is an impossibility. I lean on him. He's my father, and as you can say, I'm a needy person. I need him. I need him every hour. I need him every second. To guide me to think right, to guide me to do right, to guide me to make the right decisions. To guide me to say the right thing, to guide me to say the right thing with someone who may be tweeting me, and how should I respond? A word of encouragement. To say something, because you never know what that person might be going through. And you want to say the right thing. You don't want to say the wrong thing. You don't want to get so caught up about yourself that you forget about others out there. It's not about me. So just remaining balanced, that's just thinking about that this is not for me and I'm not here for me. It's just for God's glory. So, if I keep that in mind, that it's not me, it's him, that's where the joy comes in. That's where the joy comes from to keep me going.
That's right. Now, that was a good message because, when you get caught up in your passion and, you really driving because you know where you're trying to be, because I always try to set little pinpoint, little goals, and then you always want to, throw them at somebody, see how it sounds to them, but then you find yourself that you're monopolizing the conversation all the time. It's always about you, and sometimes you forget to ask them how was their day, what are they up to right now. It's like, it's not a lot of time in a day, and with the speed of the internet, sometimes you say, "Oh my God, did I call Mom yet? Did I give her 15 minutes, or should I time her?" Or you find yourself being on a timetable all the time. Do you find that to be kind of difficult sometimes? Just trying to work in little things like saying hi to a best friend, see how they doing. It's like about your album or your tour. Have you learned from that?
Yeah, well, first of all, when you mentioned Mom, I wanted to say shout out to my mom, my darling mom. Yeah. Today's her birthday, so happy birthday, Mom.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely want to make sure that I stay grounded, and stay humble because, just like God's word says, pride comes before destruction and haughtiness before it falls. So I never want to be prideful in anything. This gift God's given me, He can easily take it away, so it's not about me, and stay grounded and always think, I'm grateful. God only knows to my fans, my fans who are so supportive, just people that just, that they tweet me or my fans on Facebook or wherever, or they email me from, different other sites like Number One Music or wherever it is, and all my supporters. I am so grateful for them and just, happy when I hear from them and the wonderful, loving things that they say. And they don't know me at all, but it's the music that they hear that moves their heart, and I'm just rejoicing in my heart when I hear from them. It just makes me so happy.
That's right. Yeah, very clean style, awesome image, beautiful, beautiful message. I think people just drawn to you. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. So when we come back, Angel, we're gonna get your final thoughts to our audience. And before you go, I want to say this, that you're an awesome role model, not just for young ladies, but for people that's young in business like myself. I've been in it for a while, but it's another phase of it now. And I think you are one of the trendsetters, one of the game changers, somebody to watch, somebody to learn from. You're just like a billboard, a video, somebody to look at and to say, hey, this is the way you're supposed to do it right. And that first means give God the glory and give it all to Him, and He will guide you. That's a powerful message that you gave today on that, and I thank you for all of that. All right, we're talking to Angel. Thank you. We're talking to Angel Session. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back and get her final thoughts. This is Jerry Voice Live worldwide.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Thank you, Leisha Sandler. That was Leisha. Thank you, Leisha. Promoter out east. She's in Atlanta right now. Anyway, we appreciate her help. All right, we're talking to Angel Sessions. Man, I love that song, Get Up. Can't wait to get into Songs of Comfort. Can't wait for that to be dropped. Jesus Coming Soon is out there now. Download it, guys. That's right. CD Baby, iTunes, Amazon.com. Is anywhere else they need to know where to get it at, Angel?
Just want to let everyone, again, you want more information, you can always visit my website at www.angelsessions.com. You can go there, and then out there you can click on that contact if you need to contact for any info. And just stay up to date, and I will keep you informed on all that I have coming up this year. And thank you for all those who are supported by my single, Jesus is Coming Soon, anyone who's bought any of my music. And look forward to Songs of Comfort, which will be released sometime in March, towards the end of March. And I'm just looking forward to that. And definitely, again, for Lord willing, touring soon, because I just feel in my heart that, Lord willing, that's going to happen, But I'm just working at it and with my team, and I'm just grateful for that. So I just want to say thank you and shout out to always my loving husband, Demetrius. Shout out to Kelly Lee of Artists United. Shout out to all the producers of Songs of Comfort, which I would like to name, which would be Franz H., Freddie White, Patrick Joseph, a.k.a. Beat Abuza, Antonia Tizon Street, He's actually a platinum producer. He's worked with so many major great artists. And Andre Rivers, he is the one who actually mastered my album. And to Jerry Ross Live, to Lady T and her husband, and to Faces of Success Radio, and to Daoud, my PR, and to all of my fans from all around the world. I love you. And anyone I left out, please forgive me. But I am grateful to everyone, and God is awesome. And most of all, forgive me, Lord, my Heavenly Father, because He should have been first. I should have said that. Without Him, I couldn't even be here doing this. So always glorify my Heavenly Father, my awesome, loving Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because He is an awesome God.
That's right. Amen. Amen. And don't forget about the great state of Maryland that's been supporting Angel Sessions. They're here all the time. That's right. We supporting you. All right, Angel. One thing I wanted to know, can we still get some of your previous albums, like You Send Me Higher, your EP,
Absolutely.
If You Love Me? Okay.
Yes, definitely. They're all on Amazon, iTunes, CD Baby, and Google Play, and all online stores where music is sold on AllMusic. And and then of course I have an Amazon store when you type up Angel Sessions Amazon, you'll have all that on in my store on Amazon. So definitely you can still get all of my previous albums out there, including the very first Introducing Angel and Love Ride.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad I said something about that, because I was just wondering, because I know you release a whole bunch of albums, and I'm wondering, are they still available for download, which they are. They're in your store.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never told us you had a store. Angel Session has a store, y'all. She never told us that. All right, now we know. All right, so I'm not stuck with just waiting for Songs of Comfort. So if I want some new stuff, I go out there to her store. And don't forget about her website, angelsessions.com. All right, and she has videos, songs, photos, news and events, bookings, all those good things out there. Her bio, you can read her bio, magazine reviews, and that's something I always love doing, is reading magazine reviews and in the articles. So she is available. Look up Encore HD, Hair Magazine, Artists United Magazine, Say What News Online Magazine, and Top Cat Online. So those are some of the magazines you can catch up and really get a chance to get to know Angel, because I know I didn't ask her all the questions you probably want to hear, but you can check out those publications online and find out more and more about Angel Sessions. All right, our Angel. We appreciate you, Angel. Thank you so much for coming on my show.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry, for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. And again, thank you so much for your patience today. You're simply awesome. And we wish Songs of Comfort the best, and we hope you come to the Maryland, D.C. area to perform. I hope
that would be awesome.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, they know you out here, so you see if your management team can make that happen. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, if you want to hear the good stuff, the real good stuff, you got to listen to Joy Royce Live on PositivePower21.org, because I just finished revising the website. The team was working on it. It looks good. We agreed to something. We got it going. Also, you'll see Angel Sessions on there. That's right, so you won't forget that she was just on this interview, so it's out there on demand. Also, on Spreaker.com/PositivePower21, you can listen to her 24/7, anytime, anywhere, on your smartphone, PC, laptop, and tablet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Have an awesome week, all week long. Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live.
He's Indian.
All right.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to you. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. through Dominic Wilkins' Good Books. Good Books, audio books, paperback, ebook, Good Books.
Available on ArthurDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Good evening. You're listening to Bianca Harrison, author of Love and War. I'm listening to Jerry Royce Live, Worldwide, Positive Power 21.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce. You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? Your boy Houston Saint.
Pink, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. On February 23rd, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I will be live on Jerry Rose Live Radio. I will be discussing my new album and my new single coming in February. Stay tuned, and I'll see you there.
This is a Jerry Royce Live Worldwide presentation for PositivePower21.org, radio network and podcast. On Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. The anticipated new interracial novel by Bianca Harrison. Starting out writing short stories, Bianca decided to write her first novel 2 years ago. After writing on and off, Bianca knew it was time to complete what she had started. In a 6-month time period, not only was her first novel completed, but her second novel was birthed as well. With great imagination, creativity, and faith, Bianca's hobby became a profession in 2013. Bianca is the author of Someone to Call My Own. Born and raised in South Georgia, she currently resides in North Georgia with her family. She has a Bachelor of Human Resource Management degree in Business Administration. For more information, visit her website at authorbiancaharrison.com. Available at amazon.com and where books are sold online. Love and War is a provocative interracial story of deceit, love, hope, and commitment, and heartache as a love affair threatens a marriage and silence hides a secret as a life hangs in the balance. Ava and Ryan are the ideal couple. They share 2 children together and seem like a perfect family. Ava is a successful best-selling author who lives her life putting her family first. She's a diva with expensive taste. Ava is so busy enjoying her wonderful life that she dismissed signs that result in her being diagnosed with a terminal illness. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Bianca Harrison at authorbiancaharrison.com. I hope you enjoy this presentation. Hey, thank you everybody for joining us and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live and we streaming, y'all. That's right, we streaming tonight with Bianca Harrison. That's right, we so excited to have on here. Woo! She is here finally. That's right. The next voice you hear will be Bianca Harrison. Hold tight for this presentation.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Hey, what's up, Bianca? How you doing?
Hey, Jerry, how are you? Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. So awesome. The writer of Love and War. What's going on?
Nothing. I was taking it day by day.
That's right. Taking care of the family, right?
Yeah.
Taking care of the family. That's right. That's a blessing. That's a blessing. Well, you ready for the first question?
I am.
All right. And the first question is, who is Bianca, the author?
Ooh, who is Bianca, the author? Bianca is educated. She's an educated lady. She's a family-oriented lady. I have 3 kids. I'm married, and I am also a writer and an author and an artist.
Artist.
So all that comes with the package.
Wow.
Besides, I still work my day-to-day job, so that comes with it too. But I managed to get everything done.
Awesome. Now, it's unusual that, someone is packaged that way. They can write and create artistry. Now, how was that possible? Now, I've been in a major where there was frustration, drinking and partying, so they couldn't handle it. They was about to bail. They failed. Now, how did you get through that?
If it's something you're passionate about, you'll find a way to get it done. It's just like with anything else. I use my phone for everything, my smartphone. So anytime or anywhere I'm at, if I have some time, I write from my phone and I transform it to my computer once I get home. Other than that, my phone is my best friend. That's how I write. I don't do any typing. I do everything on my phone and transform it. So I get it done. I do everything like that, so I have time.
So you dictate it to your phone?
I do everything through my phone.
Wow,
so sometimes it can be a little smart.
Yeah, I was about to say that thing can get kind of crazy sometimes. I didn't say that.
But it works for me. Some people can't do that. They have to be at a computer type, and I don't have to type only when I'm doing corrections and stuff like that, and when I'm transform it to my Word document. Other than that, I found a way to get it done.
Wow, you're going to be getting through a lot of publications.
I know. Some people are like, how do you work, have a family, raise 3 kids, have a newborn, and still write? If you're passionate about your craft and that's what you want to do, you'll find a way to get it done.
That's right.
There's no excuses. No excuses.
Because I heard when you're married and you have 3 kids, when you're at work, that's kind of like your break.
Yeah, exactly. When you're at work, you have your break and your lunch break, and you can sit and relax for a minute. You can think clearly. And when the kids are asleep, that's your time to write.
That's right. All right, good for you. Now, all right, let's hear a little bit about your background. Tell us, how did you grow up? What was middle school and high school like?
High school, middle school was good. I was little popular little kid in high school. Homecoming court and all that, but I did play sports. I'm softball. I came up with good grades. Went to college. I finished did my bachelor's degree in human resource management. Worked full time an account specialist, and here I am.
Yeah.
And I'm not even doing anything in my background when I went to school for. I'm writing. I'm an author. So.
Yeah, that's right. So do you have any? And how about you? How about your siblings? Did you have anybody to play with when you were growing up?
Yes, I have a sister, and I have my sister's 2 years younger than me, and I have a brother who's 10 years younger than me. So that's the age difference.
See, you skipped all through them. You did your presentation like in 20 seconds, and you didn't even mention your brother, sister, mother, father, grandmother, nobody. Where you grew up at? We don't know where you grew up at. Except for, you said South Georgia. You said South Georgia. That could be anywhere. What's South Georgia?
South Georgia is a little town, Griffin, Georgia. That's south of Atlanta.
Okay.
And right now, I currently live north of Atlanta in Gainesville, Georgia. So I went from south to north, and it's cold up here where I'm at right now. So, but I was born and raised in Georgia. A little country town, Spalding County, Griffin, Georgia. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but Atlanta is right there in the center of it all.
Yeah, we've been to Atlanta and Buckhead and where the money at, where the people who
where the money that's where
where the Lear Jets at. People park Lear Jets in their backyard and got golf courses and stuff.
Just like a little small Beverly Hill and Buckhead.
Yeah, I heard. That's Hollywood. Moved out to Atlanta now. That's where all the reality
to get down
shows.
There. Exactly.
We see your little reality shows. We see what's going on. A little Richie restaurant.
Housewives and stuff, yeah.
Oh,
I guess that's
dressed
up. Yeah, that's what we need to get to. But, we're doing what we're supposed to do. So
that's right.
To get where we need to go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, would you say North Georgia, it's kind of like moving on up, like the Jeffersons,
I'm not going to say moving on up, but for me it's moving on up. I actually... Well, when I was in school, I knew I didn't want to stay in Griffin, Georgia, so I want to, move a little from there. So North Georgia to me is okay. I like where I'm at. So I actually met my husband in college. We went to the same college, so I met him, and he actually from here. So I moved here about 15 years ago. So this is home now. So
that's right. So what was it like in the household? What did you guys do to entertain yourselves? Did you guys have like a farm, or was it just, I don't know, Griffin?
We didn't have a farm in Griffin. What we do for fun, was just normal kid stuff. School projects and little groups and stuff and clubs. Other than that, my mom worked full time, my dad worked full time, and we just did normal stuff. Other than that, I did work while I was in school. So I worked when I was 15 and still kept my grades up. So other than that, I was trying to make money at an early age. I didn't have to, but that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, see, Griffin sounded like that was named after the mayor or somebody. Was that named after the mayor?
No, Griffin just like a little. You're going to have to look it up. You have to look up Griffin, Georgia. So
I'm going to Google it. And I'm going to Google it, too. I'm going to look for exactly where you grew up at.
Yes, right now the crime rate, if you look, is awful. They're having so many gangs down there, so it's just scary. Every week you hear about somebody getting shot. So I don't know where that comes from. I guess kid doesn't appreciate life right now. Human life doesn't matter at this point. So it's all young kids and gangs. So that's all you hear about right now. I never in a million years you would have thought that. So.
Cause see, I remember too. Growing up, like in the eastern part of Maryland is kind of like, like the south, like Virginia and them places, Carolina. And the kids really didn't have a whole lot to do. You had to be real creative. Like I remember my uncles and them, they had like everybody had a band or they had a DJ group. So they spent most of their weekends practicing for gigs. So but during the week, they all had jobs like, farming, cleaning, janitorial work, like, because my grandfather had a janitorial business. I remember they used to go around cleaning different nurseries. That's what they call daycare centers down there. So they were busy, you know. By the time they did their homework and had to do those things, then chores, take care of the farm animals, their day was done. But for the boys who didn't have all of that, you know, they didn't have much. You know, they thinking about, you know, who house they going to break in when those people leave. You know, they could be their neighbor. They didn't care. So you be hearing dumb crime. It'd be dumb crime. Then drugs. It was a lot of drugs. You know, you can just pull right up and you see the man sitting right there. You know, the guy with the Mercedes is obvious. He's the guy. You know, everybody else driving, riding bikes.
Yeah, that is sad. You know, you have that. But luckily, you know, I didn't grow up like that. I mean, like I said, there's crime and drugs everywhere. But the way it is now, it's so different.
Yeah, it's prevalent in the low income areas. You know, that's how they survive. You know, because nobody else can give them a job.
And then when you have kids of your own, you know, it's just so scary. So you try not to bring them up like that, but you want to teach them about life as well, and you want to keep it 100 with your kids as well too about what's going on in the street.
Yeah, I know.
You
know. So, well, we can look at that movie that's called the Snow and the Drifts or something like the Snow and the Bluffs.
Yeah.
They can look at that. I thought that thing was real. I was like, is this real? I had to call my son up. I said, Brandon, is this real?
Gosh, I know. So, you know, it's life, though. It's life.
I know. That was scary. And I worked in the hood, but I don't remember being like that. It's like,
me either.
Yeah, I said, you kill people you know.
Then drive-bys.
Yeah, after you shoot up people you don't know. You know, in the city, you know, you going at the other rival neighborhoods. Those guys like live in the same hood. They're not that far from each other.
You can go visit family, and they're having a drive-by, and, you know, and it's the one that always get hit. So.
Yeah, you know, cookout. It's like, you know, when you put your arms there in the city, at least they do take time off. It's like, look, man, it's a holiday, you know. Everybody put your arms down. Leave them at home. Take the clip out.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's the way it is, though. You know, some people just put their energy into something else. You know, you just never know what you get. You know, people don't have time. They want to stay on a corner, shoot, and sell drugs. There's so much potential out here for everybody. I think, you know, there's something for everybody. So
that's right. Now, what's the ages of your kids? What are their ages?
My daughter is 15 years old. I have a son who's 2. Me and my husband started all over once we went back to school, finished, and did everything else. And I just had a newborn who's 2 years old, and I'm still working.
Wow.
Well, not working, but, you know, trying to still promote my stuff. I'm okay, but I have a 2-week-old, a 2-year-old, and a 15-year-old.
So you actually, so you working from home right now? You off from your other job?
Work. I'm actually, on maternity leave. As far as my book and stuff, I'm still doing stuff like that, setting up book tours, and just doing stuff like that, just to get everything out there. And you know, right now I feel
get an agent to do all this stuff for you. That's what they call public relations.
Pretty good. Yeah, and he's actually pretty good with doing a lot of stuff like that too. He's actually doing a couple of things, but I set up a lot of stuff with him. You need to call this person. You need to call that. You know, I just like to have my hand in everything just to make sure stuff get done. Because if it don't get done, you'll be pissed off, and you'll be like, if you want something done, you do it yourself. So you know how that goes. But other than that, I'm still just, I'm pretty much getting there. So I'm almost 100%, and I'm pretty good. So I'm ready to get back out there and stuff, which I know I'm taking time and stuff because it's a big snowstorm up here, and the weather's awful too. So.
Oh, you guys getting the snowstorm? Because we got some crazy. We had a flash. We had a flash storm, but we did get something over the weekend. Gave us a day off on Tuesday, so we actually had a 4-day weekend. So that was hot.
See, the kids been out of school, and I think they're going back tomorrow, but more weather's coming in tomorrow too. So it's just like awful and stuff. So everybody's running out here trying to make sure they got everything. And power's been out everywhere all week, and some people just now get their power back.
So you guys have to make sure y'all have, so you guys got to have like wood burning fireplaces and stuff like that.
Yes, and then when you run out of wood, you got to figure out what you're going to do, and then they got a newborn, so it's like, oh crap, you know. But luckily we was, you know, our power wasn't out like the other ones, just a couple of hours, so we was one of the lucky ones. So I'm grateful for that with a newborn and stuff.
'Cause y'all lines
What
don't
kind
run
of
underground. So y'all don't run y'all let your lines down underground.
No.
See, yeah, in the cities, the new development areas, that's like suburban, they run our power lines underground. So
No, they just, everything just kind of worked out. But a lot of people, I guess there was ice everywhere, and the power lines and everything down.
Yeah,
so.
the way to we haven't had no really bad ice storms in a couple of years now. Mostly the blizzards coming from the Midwest. That's what's really hit us hard. But I understand what you're going through. I mean, it's not over yet. Everybody's not out of the woods. When it's coming from the south,
Ready for some spring weather right about now.
Yeah,
then when it gets too hot, we'll be complaining about that.
Yeah, 'cause it get hot down there. I remember, y'all get them thunderstorms and heat index is crazy.
Georgia weather is crazy. 1 minute is summertime, next is wintertime, spring. You get all the seasons in 1 week.
No, it's kind of like Long Island, 'cause my grandmother, owned a home up in Long Island. I remember that it's really cool at night 'cause of the water, but during the day it's like sizzling hot. Like you can see the steam coming off the street. It's so hot. Yeah,
but Long Island sounds like a nice place to visit.
Oh yeah, really nice, really nice. A lot of mixture, different cultures and everything. A lot of different people, because a lot of people come there from the foreign countries who specialize in in medicine, in nursing. So that's always the first stop, or those type of. Because they have really big hospitals.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's where you go to get trained. Because I think that's where my grandmother left Virginia. Her and her sister too get trained in nursing, and that's where they retired in the at a hospital. That's where they retired.
Okay.
Get them good benefits.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they actually live across the street from a hospital.
Wow, they don't have no excuse not to go to work.
I know. I mean, but they retired now. They're in the 90s now, so I don't know why they want to cross the street from a hospital. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, shoot, I guess that's easy to get to work too. So they don't come to work, somebody can go over there and check.
That's right. All right, we talking to Bianca Harrison. She has a book, a recent release, Love and War. We're going to talk about that book. It's supposed to be provocative, interracial story about deceit, love, hope, commitment, and heartache because of a love affair. That's right. And people doing that stuff still, too, man. You encouraging it in this book?
I'm not encouraging. It's all my books are so diverse and it's so different. Each one of my books are different, and this one's totally different. And it talks about illness and just things that happen in life.
Yeah, life. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna beat you up about that. All right, let's take a break.
The territory.
Yeah, I understand. People like reading that stuff, so they know how to do it right. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Love and War. So we're talking to Bianca Harrison. Hold tight, everybody, for a 60-second break.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilynnDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.spreaker.com. Positive Power 21.
PositivePower21.org. Internet radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
All right. Thank you, family. We appreciate the intro. Love and War. Love and War. What's the deal with that? Love and War.
What's the deal with that? Oh, Love and War. No, Love and War is totally an interracial book for me. It's an interracial romance novel, women fiction. So much diversity in this book as far as the other books that I've written. This one just goes with a woman whose heart's been broken, found out her husband's cheating on her, just deceived her. And, the only thing about it, she does not ask for a divorce. She doesn't believe in divorce, but he does. And the same day that he's asking her for a divorce is the same day she comes with him about her illness. But she has to make a choice. Should she tell him about her illness or should she keep it to herself? So, you have to play it, how it goes.
Yes, that's Ava and Ryan, the couple.
Yes.
That's having the problems.
Yeah.
All right. And Ryan, he has another woman. Yeah, another woman.
Yeah, when you always think the grass is green on the other side, and you finally come to your senses and you find out it's not, but you got to figure out, is it too late, though?
Yeah.
You get all this dirt, and you got your idea, you're so perfect, you picked your perfect family, and then you come here, and then you come with this side chick, and, it's not what it is, and your wife is sick, but you don't know that she's sick. So there's a lot of, with their characters and Ava's friends, there's a lot of, to me, it's showing you that you can laugh, you can cry, you can have heartache and pain. All this is in one book. You may laugh, you're going to cry, I've heard it all.
Wow, really? Oh, man, so I need to go out there and check that out.
So, yeah, you're going to get it all. If you think about The Best Man Holiday 2, it was something totally that I've heard is something totally different from that, from other people's reviews and stuff. So you're going to get all that. You're going to laugh and cry, but it's, I want to do an interracial book because it's a variety of things out there, but I don't want to just think just one couple goes through things. Everybody goes through everything. Love has no color. So, you can't help who you fall in love with, so...
So you have experience. So you have you had some experience to write this book, or just research?
No, I didn't. I had an idea, and it just came with that, the characters, and and when I write, I just write. So whatever comes to mind, I try to do an outline, but sometimes I really go with the outline. When I write, I just write. And everything just comes together,
Yeah.
Like, why did I let her do that? Why did I let her do that? I can't believe she did that. You just write, and as an author, you just write.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's your style? How, what happens? Do you develop your characters first, or you just let them just...
Well, yeah, I do develop my characters, and I do try to do an outline, and sometimes I stick with it, and sometimes I go off course and just, like I say, just write. And that's just, this comes with the territory because you put everything else in there. And you're like, oh, gosh, I can't believe I let that character do that. But, like I say, this book was totally, it was easy to write because everything just came together. It was so easy to write. I just finished my third book, so it was just like, oh, gosh. I feel like it took me the longest. I don't know if it's because I was pregnant, but my sister was reading and everything. She's like, oh, my God, I think this is my best book. So you just never know. Whatever takes you the longest versus what's easy. So you just write. Because normally I can write a book so quickly, but with me being pregnant the last couple of months, it took me the longest to write that. I guess I was tired too, but I did get it done. But Love and War is it's just a story because she's caught in between her love for her husband and fighting a battle, but trying to keep him too, and the battle with the illness that she's obtained. So she's dealing with a lot. She's a best-selling author, and her husband's, flaunting his mistress, and, but she's not giving up on her marriage because she doesn't believe in that. So that's why, like, there's a lot of stuff to learn in this book. I even had males that read the book, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, the way the characters was written, and So you have to check it out when you get a moment. You have to check it out. I don't think you'd be disappointed."
That's right. Yeah, you guys send me something so I can flash it up on my YouTube show.
I will. I really
see
will.
It. Now, is that a hardback? I mean, what is that? I know you got the downloads, the Kindle download. Are these books available in paperback?
Yes, they are. And I do a lot of book tours and do a lot of book events. And I do, sell them there and stuff too. So they are in paperback as well. And I like to do that because I have a lot of people that read and they prefer the book than an ebook.
That's right.
I have a lot of people that still prefer the book. Yes. And for me, I prefer a book as well. It just seems like it takes me forever to read it on my Kindle. I don't know why.
I get through them quicker. I get through them quicker. I be reading several. Yeah, it's just that I read a few of them at the same time, and then I'm like,
oh God, it just feels like it takes me forever.
I get through them quicker because I stay on the computer.
Oh gosh, I guess I'm so used to a book that I prefer a book.
Mm-hmm.
But I read it on Kindle.
Yeah, I love it on my tablet, my phone. I can read while I'm walking. Now, Bianca, how long you been writing? Been a fictional author?
I've written a couple of years. I think I started writing in 2008, and for some reason I first wrote my first book, Someone to Call My Own. I think I picked it back up. I wrote it in 2008, put it down. You know how you get that, who's going to read this book? And, not having faith in myself enough to finish it. So 2012, I think I finished the book in 2013. I'm like, no, not me and my husband talked. Okay, you never know who's going to read it or until you put it out there. You got to have faith in yourself. Right. So that's what I did. And then after that, I just had so many good response from people. So it just keeps me, motivated and keep pushing because I'm like, okay, I got my craft. I know what I like to do, building characters. It was just up to me to get it out there. So I read a lot, too. So after being an avid reader, I came up with characters. Like, I can write my own book, and that's how I started writing.
Yeah, that's how I get started. That's right. Hobby was like a hobby, and then you made it your own.
Yeah, so like 2013, it just became my profession. Like, okay, I've written 2 books and a couple of months after that. So just writing, it just became my profession. So, I'm still working, still trying to get myself out there. Just never know. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, so how's your fan base? How your fans love it?
So far, so good. I'm actually still building that. I do have a lot of people actually promoting and advertising for me as well. So far, so good. I'm still building it as well, though.
Yeah, because I'm looking at your reviews. Now your old school fans, they're gonna be there for you no matter what. It's just like Prince. Prince fans, Prince can rap, he can spin on his head. We still gonna be happy. But,
exactly.
But his bandwagon fans will be like, "What the heck was that?" Now, and what are your old school fans? They're gonna protect you. They're gonna look out for you. What are the new people saying about Bianca Harrison, the author?
Well, I actually get good reviews, but you would think it. Everybody don't write a review. So that's the only thing, because you would want them to. But I've gotten good reviews and vibes from it. I haven't. I just wish everybody would write a review, though.
You gotta ask them. Now you
do that.
You should post them on your Facebook, and then encourage other people to do it. Look, like you got this good one right here. It grabs you by the throat. This is an emotional charged story about a marriage. That's a good start. If I saw that on a post, I was like, oh my God, I gotta get that book. And they said you can be
and I do that occasionally on my I do have a Facebook page, for my authors page. Mm-hmm. That's my author page, so I do put that on there occasionally. Just just put stuff out there, Twitter and everything like that. So I do try to get it out there as well.
Yeah, but you got bait them, right?
Exactly. But I've had so many people read the book. That's the thing. Like, okay, you're a woman writer. I even put it out there, But I guess you just can't make them. Or they don't know how.
So, it's a way you could do it. I mean, some people be having like hundreds of them. I'm like, how the heck? But they said they really engage their people, I mean, some people just got a lot of time. They can just I don't know. I guess they just fast. I don't know. But let me ask you this. Now, I know Facebook is, like the biggest phenomenon when it, for authors. I mean, a lot of people becoming really successful really, really fast. I mean, I'm hearing 4,000 or 5,000 downloads a week from some of those that I consider to be social media gurus. They use Twitter to reel them in, and they hook them as soon as they get to their page. What are some of your trade secrets you like to share with someone who's like, kind of like struggling right now, with posting and not really understanding the good and the bad of it? You have any advice?
Well, I just says first, learn the craft, and then you try to build your fan base and audience out there, and then try to connect with other authors. I've connected with a lot of people on Goodreads. Had a lot of experience with other authors that give you good advice. Not all of them are nice, but you're gonna get that because some people don't want you to do better than them. But the thing is, there's a lot of success out here for everybody. It's not like you're trying to take their fan base, but you're all working together to get their book out there, to get your book out there. You help me promote, I help you promote. Just promoting and advertising and getting yourself out there and just connecting with other authors. You just never know. But learn the craft as well, too. Advertising and promoting is the main thing.
Advertising, that's right. And speaking of advertising, you got to come on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. Now, was it hard getting you on the show? Did Brandon have to pull your teeth?
No, I'm not even sure who emailed me or whatever. He just said the third week, and I'm like, he just said third week or whatever. I'm like, okay, I just make sure I put in my phone or whatever. I try to do that. That way I stay on tack too, or what I got coming up, or because I'm easy to forget with life and everything else. But I make sure that I program everything in my smartphone.
Yeah, you really use that smartphone, man. You use that.
Oh my God! It's
like
not
your
always
secretary.
smart, but yeah, it's good to me as far as what I have to do. So it really is. But no, it was not hard at all. No, it's not hard at all. Anything I can do to help your business and you can help me as well, that's good.
Yeah, because I remember I had to make a couple phone calls. People said, they want you to call them. I'm like, what?
Oh, no. I'm okay.
And it wasn't you.
You're helping me. I'm helping you, so no.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't figure it out. I said, what? I said, we asking them to come on our show,
Yeah,
our hand helping them,
Yeah,
you helping us, we helping you.
Exactly. Yeah. So no. You didn't have to
we didn't have to talk to your manager, husband.
Oh, no. I'm good. I know it's something that could benefit me, benefit you,
right.
I'm good.
Mr. Harrison want to speak to you first.
Oh, no. I'm not going through all that, So. But, yeah, me and my husband actually works as a team. He's actually a graphic artist as well, too. So he's actually to, do a lot of stuff behind the scenes on my book and website and all that stuff. So, we have to work together when you're trying to build something. So
that's right. So he did your book covers for you?
Book covers and, website. Have to update that, But
yeah, I like that. That's a nice. Nice.
Yeah, nice. He does other stuff too, like music on the side too. So I have to get you to talk to him too. They actually have music artists and stuff too, and they're having a big show in April. So I think Corrupt and some other rappers are coming in. So he does all that on the side. So I try to stay out of it and just go when I need to be supported and stuff. But yeah, they got artists and entertainment stuff too. So that's his side gig with the beats and stuff, and mine with the author.
So he's a promoter. So he's a promoter or manager.
He's actually a manager and producer. So he produces all the music. So I have to. So you hit the information out. Yeah, so, we kind of work together and doing everything, too. So
that's right. Tell him we love that because, I love to talk to him about that because we definitely trying to do, weekend radio casting on the weekends with, performers, independents mostly. That's what we like. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I've actually sent Brenda an email. I send them an email that way, connect and stuff, and, can go from there.
That's right.
Exactly.
Appreciate that.
No problem. We trying to do it all. You just you have to get yourself out there, too, because nobody else is going to do it if you don't.
That's right.
So.
You got to. All right. We're going to take a quick break, Bianca. When we come back, we're going to get your final thoughts and, talk, give people some advice on, hanging in there with the game, because the game can get rough, like you mentioned,
It can.
It get rough. All right, so hold tight. We're going to listen to Bill Powers. Powerful publication. All right.
All righty.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reads World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readsworldpublishing.com.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
All right. Thank you, Crystal. All right. We're talking to the author of Love and War, Bianca Harrison. Now, I don't see your name on these books. What's the deal? You don't see them? No, I'm looking at Love and War, Kindle edition on Amazon, and say something about graphics. Identifying graphics, illustrator.
It should be there.
Yeah, I don't see your name on. Oh, I see it in your bio, but it didn't show you as the author. When you first go into Amazon, I'm on a messed up version. But I did see your other books. So,
yeah, it should be there.
Yeah, you see you doing your thing. Nice lengthy book. 225
And when you type my name
pages.
in, it'll come up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did come up. I see your name
great.
on the title of the book, though, but for some reason it didn't show up under the title when you go to the page for some reason. I don't know. Maybe that's the way I went into it.
They still paying me for them.
Yeah, you got to check them out, make sure they're doing right. Amazon can mess you up.
Yeah.
You got to stay on top of them.
I know about that, but you have to stay on top of it, too.
That's right. All right, so can we get your final thoughts, advice for any young author out there thinking about venturing into writing, marketing, and promoting, all that stuff?
Well, as far as other authors out there that trying to make it and be an aspiring writer and author, it's got to be your passion, so keep writing. I'll say don't give up. You have to believe and have faith. That's the only way you're going to make it. You have to believe in your craft. You have to believe that you're going to be a success. As far as writing, just keep doing what you're doing, and, hey, it's going to show up. People are going to buy your stuff. You have to promote, advertise, and get your work out there, but you have to do the work, and you can't give up. You just have to. You got to have faith. Nothing's going to be easy. That's just like, something major happening overnight. It's not going to be easy. Sometimes you may stumble, but you got to stand up and keep walking. So.
That's right. All right. Now, another question would be, when you say invest in yourself, advertising, what type of venues would you recommend, so they don't be all over the place? What would you recommend how to advertise? What be advice?
First of all, always use social media. It's free advertisement, so use social media. Back in the days, we didn't have social media, so it was kind of hard to advertise. As far as advertising, you're going to meet other people. You're going to meet different sites to promote. There's Goodreads out there. There's sponsors. There's so much out there. And once you use those avenues, you'll find ways to dabble in other sites to promote. use your friends, your network. I mean, have friends to promote from advertise for you. Change your profile pictures to your book. You know, you just have to find ways out there. And it's free promotion out there as well too. It don't have to always be expensive. I'm looking at me. I'm talking to you, so you know it's free promotion. So
yeah, we free today. We'll be high tomorrow.
You just never know what you're going to get.
That's right. When they say you want to, let me ask you this though. But Bianca, like you know, a lot of people say they're getting kind of worn down. They have family they want to see and take care of, and they want to start working smarter. If they had to work smarter in promotion, because I mean, social media is tough work. You know, I know people say they post 200 something a day.
It is, unless you can pay somebody to do it for you. It's
right,
not
a lot of them do.
I mean, and then sometimes you may see a significant number of sales, and sometimes you may not. So you have to just find other streamers for just using Facebook and postings and stuff. I mean, there's other people. There's people that can blog for you that would be happy to blog your books and do reviews for you. So I found a lot of people that does that as well, blogging, reviews, and that's when you start seeing sales, when people start blogging your stuff. And people is like, oh, okay, I like that. So, I mean, it can get draining. Sometimes I don't even post every day because it can get draining. And you can pay somebody to do the same thing to post for you, but why would you want to pay somebody to post for you when you can just post to your group yourself? So, I mean, it can get draining, but you got to find out what works for you. I know.
That's right. Hit the tweet man up. And then, you know, a lot of people got video blogs out there now, too, that they have huge followings on their YouTube channels.
And that's true, and that's what I'm trying to build up now. I haven't had time to do a blog and stuff, but that's my next avenue. I just haven't had time with the way my life is going, but I plan to do the same thing as well. So
that's right. I was just reading on this guy who's supposed to be a marketing guru, and he had this woman come on and she said, "Yeah, I built up a huge following video blog." That's because she said she doesn't like to write, so all she does is video blog, and people follow along in her little, leave their comments. Yep, and she works for She worked for other people. She just mentioned them on her show and charged them a whole lot of money. Yep, and charged them a whole lot of money. Yeah,
oh, wow. Yeah. I'm sure you can make money doing it. But that was my next thing, was to do a video, start doing videos. And hopefully I can do that this weekend. I've been planning on doing it, but I just haven't had time with the cold weather and stuff. It's just been, time has been off, so.
That's right. Yeah, you got to get to it. And that's one of the big things that we saw that really helped out our traffic, especially to our website, was when we started putting our audio players with the show on our website. That's when we really started seeing traffic. Then we started putting out YouTube because the kids like making music videos featuring me, and the people like that stuff. They start showing it their friends. Next thing you know, they follow you. You know, you start seeing 20, 30, 40 people following you at night. You know, you start saying, "Hey, I must be doing something right." It's not going to always be like that, but you got to keep the momentum going.
Exactly. Keep putting stuff out there too. So
just
like everything else, you got to keep yourself relevant.
There's a lot of people doing the same thing we doing, so you got to keep being innovative. And innovation is the key.
Exactly. So you're absolutely right about that. So,
that's right.
But everybody somebody who's doing something, who's trying to come up in the game. Just stick to your craft. I just say don't give up. I had to learn everything on my own when I just first got out here in the business. Like, oh gosh, and where do I start? Then I have a whole bunch of people who asking me, questions about how do they get started, how do they do this and stuff. And I should do a class on how to get started. You just.
That's right. They don't get video blogs.
Exactly.
Right.
So
do a Google Hangout. See, look, you do a Google Hangout, and that's how people like to engage people. They want to talk to you through their computers.
That's
awesome,
true.
man.
So, but I started on my own. Didn't have any help, nobody to ask questions to. I was a newbie, so I just kind of learned everything as I went. And like I said, I'm still learning. So still learning. So I like what I do. I like creating characters, putting stuff out there that people are going to enjoy. So and meeting other authors and people like you guys. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everything.
Yeah. Yeah, we
somebody
appreciate
ask me
you
if I can
coming
be on
on
their
here.
show. Anybody can ask me, I can help. You know, I'm there. So
That's right. And you mentioned earlier that you do book signings and everything, so you love doing those kind of things.
So I do have a couple of things coming up this year. Actually, it's going to start next month, so that's why I'm healing pretty good. I'm doing everything. So
Well, tell us
ready
where you're going to be. You still got a couple minutes left. Remember, you the last show. This is the last show for the week. Where you going to be at, Bianca? Where you going to be?
Justin, let me see what I have
Yeah, check your smartphone.
for I know. I have a couple of things. I'm going to be at a couple of signings later this year, Decatur book show, and I'm trying to. There's one in Atlanta as well in November I'm going to be at. But next month, March the 28th, I'm going to be at Griffin High School, actually, for a book signing. That's going to be from 4 to 6. At April the 11th, I'm going to be at Nubian Bookstore, and that's in South Lake Mall. That's in Lovejoy.
Oh, they're still around.
And then April 25th, I'm going to be at Urban Grind Coffee House, and that's from 2 to 4. I'm going to be doing a book signing. So I do have a couple of more available this year that will be on my website, so everybody can see, and it's going to be on my Facebook page.
Well, you got a lot.
And that's, yes, I'm going to have a lot of things this year, you know, that I'm working on. So
You want to take the baby with you? Who's going to be watching the baby?
No, I have people watching the baby. No, I have my little helper with me, which is
you
actually
have to
my
take
daughter. And yes, I do have a assistant, actually, which is just like, you know, a family member that helps me at all times with book signing and stuff. So I'm grateful for the help that I have when I'm doing stuff like that. And I actually enjoy it because that's when I do meet a lot of readers, too. And that's when, you know, they put my book out there. They like the book and, you know, tell other people about it. So
That's right. That's how you keep it moving. That's
exactly.
right. Momentum.
So,
Momentum.
yeah, and get your name out there and everything.
That's right.
But,
All
I mean,
right,
if they
Bianca.
want to know where I'm at, always go to my Facebook page at Facebook, Author Bianca Harrison, or my website at authorbiancaharrison.com.
That's right. And you said you're on Book Baby and Amazon.
Yeah, and Twitter, Miss Janelle, that's MRSJANIELLE, and Instagram is Miss Janelle as well.
All right. Very good. We appreciate having you on the show and sharing all
I
your,
appreciate
your secrets of how you moving these books and everything and encouraging others following your path.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well, too. I mean, when they follow me, they can always check out my first release, Someone to Call My Own, and other releases that will be available for this year as well. So thank you for having me, Jerry. I appreciate it a lot.
You're welcome. So I know you're going to share our show and tell people about
I
us,
surely
right?
am, and I'm going to put it
right.
on my Facebook page and everything else, and I'm going to tweet.
Awesome. All right. So we have the file, the on-demand file available to you tonight in case you up late and you feel like working. All right?
No problem.
All right, everybody.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, for having me so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Everybody said thumbs up. All right. And I tell you, Bianca, I tell people all the time, I said, they want to hear the good stuff. I mean, the real good stuff. Just like tonight. You know, you told us, you know, you juggling 2 small kids and a husband has a music career going on. It's a lot. But you're doing your thing and you're enjoying it, having fun, and got a full-time job.
Exactly.
Very
Don't
motivating.
stop.
That's right. Very motivating. And we appreciate you sharing all
so
that.
much. I appreciate
All right,
it so
everybody.
much, guys.
You're
Go
welcome.
buy the book. Go buy the book. Don't
That's
forget,
right. Buy her book.
Amazon.com or
And we see you in the next drop.
Thank you
We
so
see you in
much.
the next drop, too. All right?
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. I'm
Bye.
Jerry Woods
Have a good
Live. Worldwide, positivepower21.org,
Exactly.
Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Stay awesome all week long. Thank you for
Thank
tuning
you.
in to Jerry Voice
You're
Live on
welcome.
positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Voice Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Voice Live. All right, everybody, don't forget to share. Good night.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, Visit my website at www.marillynndunministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. On February 23rd, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I will be live on Jerry Rose Live Radio. I will be discussing my new album and my new single coming in February. Stay tuned, and I'll see you there.
Hey, what's going on, family? This is Eric A. Terry Sr., author of Real Talk, The Making of a Man, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and I wish I was in Barbados, Jamaica today, and I want to say shout out to those guys who are listening to PositivePower21.org right about right now on Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Man, we got an Arctic freeze going on up around here. Man, I don't know what we're going to do. School's closed 2 hours late tomorrow, so you know it's cold when they close school 2 hours late. But it's all good. but we just glad we got heat. All right, everybody, stay tuned for an episode of Book Buzz. And our book sponsor for tonight's show is my man, James DeShay, the poet, the romance poet. Check him out.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. DeShay. That's DESHAY. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Yeah. Appreciate that, James DeShay. Anytime you guys want to sponsor, get some exposure. Remember, we are streaming live in Barbados, Jamaica, Canada, Spain, Germany, UK, you name it. 12 countries going strong. Every day we broadcasting 15 hours on the stream, on demand, 24/7. So you want to get exposure for your product, your book, or your MP3, come to us. That's right. We do it right here. All right, y'all. I want y'all to hold tight for this presentation. Today being featured on our show is Eric A. Terry, Sr., author of a book called Real Talk, Making of a Man. Stay tuned for his presentation. In a moment. This is a presentation for Eric A. Terry, Sr. and Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. A native of Chattanooga, Tennessee, Eric A. Terry, Sr. is an author, certified marriage coach, and relationship specialist. While he is also known throughout the Southeast as a dynamic singer and a worship leader, Eric is also an ordained minister of over 20 years. He was licensed in Nashville, Tennessee under Dr. H. Bruce Maxwell at the Lake Providence Baptist Church in 1995. Eric and his beautiful bride, Lady Deborah, are the owners of Real Talk Consulting, a multi-service firm that focuses on building and maintaining healthy relationships. Real Talk was developed in early 2012 when Eric began posting relationship advice on his personal Facebook page. After attracting a strong following of over 5,000 people, Eric began to receive requests for speaking engagements, seminars, and marriage retreats, as well as singles empowerment sessions to share his views on relationships. In this time, they've impacted the lives of hundreds of couples and individuals seeking God's original design for their relationship. Eric and Deborah truly have a heart for marriage, and it's through the transparency of their own lives that they provide individuals, couples, and teens with the tools necessary to build and maintain a healthy relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy this presentation. I present to you Eric A. Terry Sr. on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org, the radio network. Thank you. All right. Mr. Terry, welcome to Positive Power. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. Thanks so much for having me. We appreciate it.
Hey, man, my pleasure, man. Glad to have you. And the first question is, who is Eric A. Terry Sr., the author?
Oh, man. I'm a born and raised in Chattanooga, Tennessee. As the bio said, my father, Jerry Terry, is a pastor here, and I have been in ministry and involved in church most of my life. Over the last few years, God has really shifted some things for me and had me really focus on relationships and focus on mainly marriage, but for singles and also for couples as well. But my biggest takeaway, I guess, from life and as far as who I am, I'm a father, I'm a husband. I have 4 beautiful kids that range in age from 26 to 16.
Wow.
So my wife Deborah and I, basically we use our marriage as a ministry and a business to help others. So we really take this thing seriously, man. It's been a real blessing to be able to do it.
Yeah, see, man, we got 5,000 followers. I guess they just want to check y'all out, see how long you're gonna last. You know how people are.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a blessing, though, man. It's like a window to your life, man. That's all right, man. Now, I was telling you early before we got started, I said my Marylanders, man, they like to get to know you. You know, we got a little South in us, too, because a lot of us come from the Virginia area, and, that's considered really South for people living in Maryland, especially if you're in New York and you come from Virginia, but you're not trying to act like it. But, we like to get to know you before we spend some money on you. That's how we are. So, man, so tell us, man, how, you told us you was in the church all your life. So pretty much, what was life like, growing up, man, in a Tarek household, man? Tell us about that.
Yeah, man, a lot of people think that, I guess, because my father was a pastor, they said, oh, man, y'all was in church all the time, didn't do anything, didn't have fun. And that was, far from the truth, man. My father was a very balanced man. So we knew about church, we knew about God, but we lived life. And we had fun, we went to party, we did the same thing our friends did. My father just gave us a balance with it by helping us to understand the role of the Christianity, or the role of the relationship as far as religion, and as well as, just living everyday life. So, man, I give people the illustration, man. My house was the lower class version of the Huxtables. We didn't have the money. We didn't have the money the Huxtables had, man, but we had the love. We had the family.
So yeah, you guys used to. Yeah, so that means you guys didn't have the pretty sweaters on. And,
no, man, no, we couldn't afford the sweaters
now. Now I know y'all gave mom and pops a good show now and then, though, during the holidays, though, because I knew you had a couple brothers and sisters.
I did. I have two older brothers, and we all. And it's funny, my family's a musical family, man. Everybody sings, plays an instrument. Everybody except my oldest brother. My oldest brother, Kid, I love him dearly, but that brother, I know that he glued it to his back. So yeah, man. So we had a lot of fun growing up. We had a great childhood. My parents always talk about how they wish they could have done more for us, and I always look at them and we're like, man, we had a ball. Our childhood was amazing. So, and all of that, man, it was one of those things where I was growing up as the younger kid. I was the youngest of three boys, and my brothers, to just kind of give you some dynamic, my brothers were both very athletic. These two, my oldest brother ran cross country. He ran track. My middle brother played baseball, basketball, football, you name it. And they were good at all of them. And here I came along being the little fat kid, not really into sports, not really into the things that they were, man, being totally different. But but we found our way. And that's part of the things that I talk about in the book, is how I got out from under their shadows.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Real Talk Consulting. That's right. That's helping people out. Multi-service firm. I thought I threw that in there.
Absolutely.
Man, that is. Yeah, and it's funny, man, because I love to hear people reminisce about their childhood, because sometimes you don't get a chance to talk about it because you don't really know what to strike up at work. Sometimes when you're sitting at the lunch table, you sit there and try to talk about back in the day. Somebody may not had a good back in the day, so it may not be good lunchtime talk. So you got to know who you're dealing with. But it's good to hear these stories. And I always like to ask people, good or bad, what it was like. And that's the reason why some people write the books they're writing, because it's based on the way they grew up, their background.
Right.
That's awesome, man.
It goes back to something you said earlier. We all have a story. We all have a story. I encourage anybody, man, if we all have at least one book in us, at least one.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's nothing but your story, because nobody can tell your story like you, man.
That's right. That's what the legendary Paul Coates used to always say, the owner of Black Classic Press, publisher Walter Mosley. He used to always say that, man. He started his self-publishing printing business. He used to always say that, man. All right. Now, how did you meet Lady Deborah? That's what everybody want to know.
Yeah, man. Lady Deborah, that's my baby, my heart. Deborah and I actually grew up in church together. We grew up in the same church. It's kind of funny. One of the, how when you're a little kid and you're in church, you have those little puppy love relationships.
Yeah.
My first church girlfriend was actually her sister.
Well, that's funny because I remember my brother was dating my son's mother. When we were in elementary school. Yeah, I was like, man, how he get her?
Right. So it was one of those things, man, where we grew up together. We've known each other. Our families grew up together. So we've known each other most of our life, all of our life, really. And just after several years where she'd gone through a really bad, really long, painful marriage, and they'd gone through a divorce, and I had gone through mine right before that, and we just, our friendship just kind of went to another level, just kind of talking and kind of being there, supporting one another. And then when we got together, and we just decided on some things that we weren't going to deal with. You know what I'm saying? We said, hey, we don't want to. Here's what I put up with before. I don't want to deal with that again.
Right.
And
now,
it made all the difference.
So your first marriage, was your wife involved with heavily involved with the church?
Not at all. Not at all. And man, I think that was a lot of the issue that we had, because when anybody in ministry, man, and I say this for anyone, if you're looking to date someone, if you're interested in someone that's in ministry, understand, man, people need to understand that is a whole nother level of responsibility, and it's just like being, and I hate to put it in this limelight, but it's kind of true. It's almost like being in a relationship with a celebrity. There's a pulling on them a little more than the average guy or girl. So we need to understand that it's a whole nother level when you get to dating someone or trying to be with someone that's in ministry like that.
Yeah, it is tough, man, because we've seen some guys, some big time pastors in the Baltimore area, man, get into a little bit of trouble, when it came to dancing outside the relationship. Some of them kind of rebounded. The church forgave them. Wives forgave them. No, not all the wives forgave. Yeah, one wife. Yeah, the ones that's quite more known than the corner guys.
Right.
Man, that's something, man. That's powerful, man. So that marriage couldn't hold up. So you guys decided to. Now, were you running the church, or were you passing under your father at the time?
I was actually associate under my father at the time, and it was difficult, man, because I'll be honest with you, I really wondered how powerful or how effective my marriage was going to be after going through a divorce. And the truth is, I think it got stronger because I could relate a little better to people who were having marital issues, and I could minister to them on a different level than somebody like my father, who just celebrated. My parents just celebrated 43 years of marriage.
Wow, 43.
So there was, and I never thought about it this way, but the truth is, Jerry, there were some things that after going through a divorce and handling it properly, or getting to a level where I could handle it properly, there were some things that changed. There were some advantages that I had to be able to minister that my father couldn't, because he had never experienced anything like that. So it made a big difference, man. So yeah, it does. It really helped and really magnified my ministry.
Yeah, that is powerful, because your dad was only on one side of the fence. Just like me, I'm only on one side of the fence. I don't really know what it's like on the other side. The grass don't look green to me. Where I'm standing. Wow, that is powerful, man. So that makes you way more qualified than the average guy.
Absolutely. And here's the thing too. One of the things that I figured out with my dad has never been in ministry over 35 years, and in that time frame, he has married countless couples. I mean, I can't. He's lost count of how many couples he's actually counseled and married. But here's the messed up part. He has a PhD. He has a doctorate in theology. But the truth is, seminary never trained him on how to counsel couples. So out of all the couples that he's married over a 35-year period, only one of those couples is still together. Only one. And here's the real kicker behind that. That one couple is actually in counseling with me right now.
Wow. I hate to laugh about that, but goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man, but 20 years later, here they are. They're actually in session with me. And it's because,
so you're going to keep them together? You're going to keep that glue?
Yeah. And they're doing great. They're doing great, but I think it was just some principles that I'm able to give them to manage the arguments and the issues and all that stuff, where my father never really experienced that, so he couldn't give them the tools to help them.
Yeah, you're right. You really can't really fathom what they're going through, because you're not there. But I mean, I'm not sure, but if your mom and pop ever had ups and downs during their relationship, because a lot of times when you the first lady, they like being the first lady, so they take whatever, they take all the punches, that's being thrown at them, good or bad. So I don't know how good your mom loved that lifestyle, so that she didn't challenge anything that went on in the marriage, because I know, talking to some pastors, you're right, man. It's like being a rock star, man.
Yeah.
Women are out of control. Women are chasing after them just like they chase after rock stars. You know? And I didn't know that at first. I was like, wow, it's like that.
Yeah, and the truth is, the reason that happens is there's an attraction. Women really want a man who is able to lead and who is able to give them that spiritual guidance. And when they can't get it at home, it makes that man, that pastor, a little more attractive.
Yeah.
So it's.
But how about this, Eric? This is a good question. This is something you could think about. Like, all right, how about the times, you remember the times, you were in school, probably high school most likely, and you had an attractive teacher. You kind of heard her a little clearer than you heard the other teachers for some reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that could be it, man. It's like that's the class you don't miss.
Right.
And the same women lined up on that first and second row, but they have to sit in the second. They have to sit in the second or third pew. First lady in the first pew, right? Or she's sitting somewhere else in your church.
Right. Right. I know. With my mom, she usually sits like on that second pew to the right of my dad. What he did was years ago, he stopped women from sitting on the front row.
Yeah, I heard about them guys. They make them wear little blankets or something like that too.
Right. And and unfortunately, you have to have that type of mindset because you just never know how people are thinking and how they're going to react to situations. So it's really a lot of the things that pastors go through and pastors are approached with, man, it's really all in how we handle it.
Yeah, we put so much pressure on those guys too, man. Cause I had a conversation similar to this with a gentleman on my job who was pastoring the church, and I was telling him what my pastor was going through, because he, got caught, pretty much with his pants down in the, at the church, when the deacon walked in on him, and he said, but and he knew him too. He said, but this guy is a man just like you and I. They make mistakes. I said, dude. I said, you got some people, man, they hanging on to his every word. This is their last stop. And he said that one time. He said, I know a lot of y'all come from those big churches, family churches, and this is probably your last stop, not before you die, but before you call it quits and say, I'm staying home watching football on Sundays now, or hanging out with the fellas. He said, he knew this. He said, you guys got me on a higher pedestal than probably any other man on earth. And he was right. Someone was saying, yeah, dude, this is it right here. If you mess up, I study at home. That's what some of them guys are saying to themselves, I was thinking that. I was like, yeah, you mess up, dude, I'm just going to stay home and deal with the guys on TV then. Because, I don't know what they doing, but I don't want to hear what's going on bad. I don't even want people to even tell me what they doing. I just want to go get the word, participate, do some community service, take it home, It was starting to be like that. You get my age, you start to see a lot. You start to hear a lot. And then you start saying, man, you can't put a lot of trust in no man. He's just a man.
Right. But here's the thing, man. The Bible is very clear when it tells them to not to put that kind of pressure and that kind of trust on a man. But it also tells the men that as pastors, man, we have to be careful that we don't allow that stuff to go to our head. Because a lot of times, you have these rock star pastors who their mindset is they see themselves as rock stars too.
Yeah, they do.
So and if you're not careful with that, man, we can use that power, use that authority in the wrong way, and ultimately hurt somebody. And it's hard, it's difficult, but you're right. We do put people on the pedestal because. I never get one of my friends hearing my dad cuss for the very first time. And he
whoa.
He freaked out. He was like, your father's a preacher. And I'm like, okay, but he still knows those words and he still has emotions. He still, there was nothing. Now, if he walked around and every other word out of his mouth is a cuss word.
Yeah. He like thug preacher.
you the hood preacher. You know, okay, I can kind of see your issue, but you know, when you talk about somebody, I mean, man, my dad literally when he cussed, Jerry, it was one of these, when he cussed, you knew he was mad.
Yeah, he was mad. Doggone Red Sea was about to part, man. People were like, oh, Lord, Jesus coming.
Right.
Yeah, they got him up there, man. He up there, man.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
But again, he's still a man.
That's right. He is a man. He make mistakes, man. That's why it used to freak me out, man. When I used to hear about pastors were on their second marriage, I was like, oh, my God, what happened to the first one? You know, you're the man. You know, she should have been the one, the queen. You can't divorce the queen.
Right.
But, you know, I had to start understanding, you know, it was like, you know, he make just like some of those guys run churches in the hole because they mismanage money, because they steal. Right. And, you know, there's a lot of mistakes, you know, that's being done in the church that we don't always see.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to make sure we're putting our trust in God, man. That's one thing I can really say that I can take away from my dad raising us. He said, man, you know, understand that, you know, Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom of God. It's about God. It's not about the man in that pulpit. And it's about a personal relationship more than it is about a personality. And unfortunately, we get caught up on the pastor's personality, and we forget about the relationship with God.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. Man, that's one thing about religion. They said never talk about religion on the job. Man. Everybody got their opinion.
Oh, man, yeah. That was
quick. That in politics. Yeah, that in politics, man. That's right, man. All right. We talking to Eric A. Terry, Sr., author of Real Talk, Making of a Man, married to Lady Deborah. His dad is the man that we all look up to, and he's the last man standing. You know, I got 23 years coming up this spring, man. You know, 23 years. I did a lot of dating. So it was almost like being married, because I was like, I had like 6 years with like this one and that one.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was only really one that was a pretty long stretch. That was like being married, so that was like a long engagement. All right, bro. Hold tight. We're gonna take a quick commercial, a 60-second break. Everybody, you want to get a drink of water? We talking to Terry, Pastor Terry. He's the man. When we come back, we're gonna talk about his book, Real Talk, Making a Man. Stay tuned for Book Buzz, a Book Buzz presentation from Reese Publishing.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reeseworldpublishing.com.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? God are talking back to you. Well, you're not alone. No. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
Yeah. Jerry Royce Live worldwide, Positive Power 21. Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Worldwide, 12 countries, everybody. You got to stick it out with us, y'all. We're here for the long haul. That's right. Promoting and branding. Our good name. That's right. All right. We're being led by God, man. That's all I can say. All right, we're talking to Eric A. Terry Sr. He's the author of he's the owner of Real Talk Consulting, multi-services firm that focuses on building and maintaining healthy relationships. So I'm assuming that this book kind of was a rebound from this business. You would say, Eric?
Absolutely.
All right. But tell us about Real Talk Consulting, and then we're going to get into the book.
Yeah, man. With Real Talk Consulting, what we did was basically, you know, I was on Facebook just with my family, friends, and classmates, and just started to see a lot of drama. And I was like, wow, you know, I remember having a relationship like that, and it just I hated to see other people in that situation. So I would post different scenarios and different advice, relationship advice, just trying to give some people some clear ways to handle and to manage their relationship, to make things a little better, man. And in doing that, man, my numbers started to grow. I mean, it expanded so fast before I even realized it. Before I knew it, I looked up and all of a sudden I've maxed out at 5,000 people, and literally had to start a fan page. And it was either that or go to a second personal page. I really didn't want to do that, so I did the fan page. And in the process, man, I started getting a lot of contact about different people, especially churches, who wanted me to come in and do marriage retreats and seminars. So we began to do that. And I'll be honest with you, man, when that first happened, I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, are you serious? Who wants me to do a marriage retreat? But I realized that this was something that God was putting me in that position to do. So
yeah, man.
I just took it. I said, all right, let's do some homework, find out what we need to do to make it work, and let's get it done.
That's right. Yeah, people want to hear you, man, and they want to read your post. So obviously, so out of that 5,000, what's the percentage of men and women that's part of that fan base?
Oh man, when I looked at my last statistics from my page, it's about 78, 79% is women. And I'll be honest with you, it's mostly single women. I've got a lot of married women too, but mostly single women. And which I found to be real interesting, because it showed me something. It showed me that women really have a mindset to want to know about men. They want to know. They want to know what we're thinking. They want to know why we think certain ways. When we do events, when we started doing the events and sessions, man, women come out. I mean,
they do.
You know what I'm saying? They come to this stuff now, trying to get these brothers to come out. That's a whole other ball game.
I know, man. Especially during football season.
Oh
they
man,
don't let you see football going on. You can't find them.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening. So yeah, man. So it's but what it's allowed me to do, it's allowed me to talk to women and give them some tips, because I think some women just have a kind of, I won't say a bad mindset, but just a different mindset on how to handle or how to talk to men. And I'm like, you see it all the time. You see women, getting in a man's face and putting their finger in his face and pushing him inside. You can't, man. That's not how you approach a man. Yeah,
you're right. Even on the job, man. Even on the job, when they're your leaders, your supervisors, some of them just don't know how, especially the ones that never been married or in really good relationships.
Right, right. And that's the key. That's the key, because if you've never had that and you don't know how to correspond, man, it all comes back down to communication, or being able to communicate effectively. So trying to teach people that. Now I'm volunteering at a place here called the House of Refuge, where it's a kind of a halfway house program for men. And these guys, man, I'm able to go in there every Tuesday and teach a class with them. And basically, I've made the book or workbook, and I'm kind of walking through that with them. It's just helping these guys get their leadership skills up, increase their communication skills, kind of change their situations at home.
Yeah, y'all talk about anger management and everything, because that's like a key issue.
Definitely. But here's one of the things that I figured out, even when it came to anger management. If I could get guys to recognize, to respond, let me put it this way, if I can get guys to reply instead of responding, they can control their anger. I think a lot of it happens with men, and this was me back in the day. I would listen to respond instead of listening to understand. So I think what I would do is I'm listening to what she's saying, but I'm only listening to get enough for me to make a comeback.
That's right. You're trying to win. You're trying to win the argument.
You're trying to win, right, absolutely. And I think that's one of the biggest struggles, because listen, the truth is, a man's number one need is success. So we need that challenge. That's why we like sports. That's why we like games. That's why we don't like to lose. Success is our number one need. So when we're in those situations and we feel like we're losing an argument, I mean, you put that brother, you back him up against the ropes. He's going to fight you.
That's right. Wow, that's funny, man, because like you can use that same analogy when it comes to education. If a young man, if he's having problems in school and he's in the 8th, 9th grade and his parents not home, or he's a single-family household and his mom need help anyway with money,
right.
He's going to bail, because he feel like he's losing the race anyway.
Right, absolutely.
Wow. All right. Now your book covers all of this, Is it addressing more females or more male, or was 50-50?
Well, you know what? Originally, the book is the first 4 chapters is all about me. Because in the process, I was writing the book and going through all this relationship tips. And in the process of writing, God said, okay, but the people, kind of like what you said about your listeners, he said, all right, the people need to know who you are. They need to know your story. So the first 4 chapters, man, I really talk about my story. I talk about my growing up, my being raised in a pastor's home, being raised with 2 older brothers who were very athletic and very popular, who were thin, who were good looking, and here I was becoming a little chubby fat kid, and trying to live up under that the scrutiny of that. So a lot of those things, man. The first 4 chapters pretty much are just all about that, all about my life and my relationship issues and issues that I had that kept me from, doing the things properly that I needed to do. So it really, because here's one of the things, if you start wrong, it's hard to get back. You know what I'm saying? So for me, a lot of situations that I had been through when it came to relationships, it was stuff that I had done wrong from the beginning, but never got the right information to do it properly.
So, all right, now my question is that before you met your first wife, were you doing a lot of dating before you married? Did you have a lot of experience with women?
No, man, you know what? Honestly, I was that fat kid. I was afraid. I had a major fear of rejection. So I wasn't the guy that would go out and start talking to women trying to get their attention. So for me, I didn't date a whole lot. Now, when I did start dating, it was all because either somebody set me up with somebody, or I just told a friend of mine this the other day, I used to use my singing ability to get because, I knew. I said, hey, if I can, if I saw a young lady that I liked, man, I'm one of those things, I would start singing to make sure she heard me and hope she would come and say something. So I used that. And, but the problem was, for me, is that was cool for a minute, but the problem is you can't continue to hide behind that for too long. You gotta, you gotta open your mouth and start talking. You can't just come out like that. So
yeah, you be like Michael Jackson.
Right. So yeah, man. So I didn't date a whole lot. Now in high school, probably more than average, but I think it was only because once I started singing, it changed people's perception of me. I was no longer just a little fat kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it made it a little different, and plus I stood out because there wasn't a lot of guys, running around singing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you like the Leverts. You like Gerald Levert, his son.
Oh man, yes sir.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, wow. You had to do what you had to do, man. Some guys got the looks, some got the voices, some got the height.
Exactly.
Use what God gave you. That's right.
Exactly.
Women are attracted, but when you counseling women, like I found that like women when the way they identify men in high school, they look at guys the same way when they're in their 40s and 50s. They still looking for that same type of guy.
Absolutely.
And there's not going to be a lot of them out there that's going to be available at 40 and 50, you know.
Right.
So you kind of got to scale down a little bit.
Right. Right. And I think what the problem is, I know for me, when I think back to my exes, I had a couple of girls that I talk about in the book that didn't want to be with me in high school because they didn't mind being my friend, but they couldn't see themselves dating me because of my weight or whatever at that time. And then, of course, years later, get out of graduate high school and, you know, go through divorce and lose a bunch of weight. And it's like, you know, everything changes. But it was sad because to see these same women, like you said, still chasing the athletic dudes and I'm sitting there thinking, your history with these dudes ain't that good. I mean, you had these brothers and they treated you like dirt. Why would you keep looking for that same type of dude? But you know, for me, it's all about teaching women now to value themselves, so that when they find somebody who values them, they recognize it.
That's right. I mean, I understand you have to have some type of attraction for somebody, but always. I told my sister and a couple of friends, I said, you guys missed the boat when you didn't marry the guy that was like your really good friend. That was the one that was really for you. I said, you should have a relationship where you're like I mean, I met couples that they have longevity in their marriage, and then you look at the secret to their success or their formula of why it's still going strong, and it's because they get along so well. They want to be with each other all the time. It's like, are y'all together do you have to drive her everywhere? Do you have to go everywhere he goes? They together all the time. You know?
Now, listen, it is key. My wife and I tell people all the time, you've got to understand, if you don't understand anything else, people are so busy trying to fall in love, and the truth, we need to learn to fall in like.
That's right.
We like them.
Like them a lot.
You got to be able to like them, man, because I'm telling you, man, and listen, I'm sure there's plenty of your listeners can attest to this. There is nothing worse than being in love with somebody you don't like.
Yeah.
It's a bad spot to be here, man.
Yeah, you sit next to them at the movie. I can't stand this person. Why I'm at the movies with them? Why I'm laying in this bed with them? I can't stand them.
Right.
Yeah. Gotta like them. Don't even call them when you don't see them all day. Like you don't care. They like your roommate.
Right. And you know, man, and so many people get married now, man, for the wrong reasons, and they end up being in relationships where they're just roommates, and you know they can't break up because they got too many bills together. You know, they got too much stuff going on, so it's like you're just there, but we are married, living single. I mean, that is no place. That's not a good place to be, man.
Yeah, especially you hook up with them girls that had them supermodel bodies, man. You know, they start getting in their 40s and 50s, man. They not gonna be that much of a supermodel no more.
Right. You know? It's the same thing with those athletic guys. Because I know, I don't know about your experience. I know for me, a lot of those. When I went to my 20th reunion, man, I remember laughing so hard because I walked to my 20th reunion, and all the dudes that were the athletic, you know, shot guys. Man, they were just as fat as I was, and I thought it was hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember my best friend, man. He said I used to brush my hair forward all the time and back. He said, yeah, Jerry. He said, you're gonna be bald. You're gonna be bald when you get in your 40s or something like that. He said, man, I saw him in his 30s. He had no hair. I still got my hair. So, that's what I focus on. That's my focus. I said, man, this kid. That was a good old days, man. You gotta love your boys, though, man. The homies, man. You gotta love the homies. They keep you in check, man. Some of them guys have made their buddies successful because of certain things they've said in high school to them. You know, you're gonna be nothing. You know, you're gonna go prove them wrong, and then you pull up in a helicopter.
Right. Yeah.
All right, man. Look, we're gonna take a quick break, man. So when we get back, we're gonna take your final thoughts, man, to today's conversation, man. We appreciate you being here, Eric, you know, telling your story, man. We wish you the best with the book. With 5,000 people following you, man, I know you be selling out all the time, man.
We try our best, Doc.
That's right. All right, hold tight for a quick presentation with Lisa Sandler, WRP Promotions.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Positive Power 21.org Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
All right, thank you, family. We're talking to Eric A. Terry Sr., Real Talk Consulting, Real Talk Making a Man. All right, tell people where they can get your book at, man.
Absolutely,
where they can meet
man.
you.
Absolutely, man. I'm on Facebook. They go to facebook.com/Real Talk Consulting. That'll get you to my fan page. The book is available right now on Amazon, also on CreateSpace, the ebook store. There are a lot of little independent stores that also have it now. They can also go to our website, realtalkconsultant.com, and they can get the book there. And we've been having an awesome time with the book. The response has been amazing. The thing that's really been blessing me, Jerry, is men. I've got brothers calling me that are reading the book saying, man, I'm not a big reader, but I read your book in a couple of hours. I read your book in a couple of days, and I saw myself, and it really helped me. And now that's the thing that's really been blessing me, man. So, but yeah, always, they can also go to, we're actually working there to get it in Barnes & Noble. So like Amazon is the biggest thing, man, right now. But if they want an autograph copy, I'm still doing autograph copies. They can go to my website, realtalkconsultants.com.
Man, you got to give me a copy, man, so I can present it on my show, man, my YouTube show. All right?
Yes, sir. I got you.
I see my address, man, so we can talk it up, man. I love talking about. Matter of fact, I was trying to do a romance show, but my dad said I got out of control. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna read your book first, and then I'm gonna try it again.
There you go. That'll work.
Yeah, he said we was too dark. But I'm gonna read your book, man. Then I'm gonna try it again. I even got a host that's gonna help me out this time, man. Keep me in perspective. Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. Now tell us again about Real Talk Consulting. How people get in contact with you, man. Who's looking for some help? They on the fence right now, about to jump.
Absolutely, man. Listen, and this is one of the things I tell anybody. If you are in a relationship that you value, I don't want to talk to people who don't value the relationship they have, because not only will you not be willing to invest in something you don't value, but you won't invest time either. So in other words, everything I say, everything I tell you, to try, you won't even attempt it, because that's got to be key. So if you are in a relationship that you value, and that you feel like there are just some key things that you're missing, that you don't have, that you need to make this thing work, contact us. Listen, we're like you, Jerry. We're worldwide with this thing, man. I don't just do local. If I have couples that call us on Skype, we set up Skype sessions, and I can meet with them right there, and talk to them and speak to both. And give them some tools, man, to really help them make the relationship better. Because the truth is, the church hasn't prepared us, the educational system hasn't prepared us. So we created Real Talk Consulting to be a place to help people build their relationships and make it work.
Yeah, sound good, man. Sound good. Yeah, definitely send me that book, man, so I can straighten up old girl. Straighten old girl up, man. She like to work all the time now. We both like to work. So yeah, but we make the weekend special though, because this matter of fact, the next show is my last show until Monday, and it's all about her, man. It's all about her. That's right. Miss Nene, it's all about her. All right, bro, man. I appreciate you coming on, man. We gotta have you back on here too, man. We gotta have you back.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Yeah.
I'm glad to.
Yeah, we got. Matter of fact, if you do a webinar, man, let us know, man, so we can tell people, where they can find you. Do you do Google Hangout?
I sure do.
Yeah, we gotta let us know, man, so we can crank that out, man. I'm always trying to push positive things, man. You gotta give me some positive stuff to push. I'm getting tired of pushing all these urban fiction books all the time, man. Got to push some nonfiction, right?
Doc, I'm going to tell you, we got plenty because we're doing classes and schedules all the time, so we got plenty of stuff that we can do. We'll do that.
All right, please. Yeah, please let us know. Just shoot it right in the inbox, man. We'll make sure we put that on the front of our things to do list and promoting, all right? All right, y'all. Man, look, all right, we appreciate you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you,
and look,
sir.
all right,
Appreciate you.
I tell people all the time, man, when they want to hear the good stuff, man, especially tonight, man, this guy has over 5,000 people following him on Facebook. They want to know, women want to know what they're doing wrong, what they can do right, how they can get a man, how they can keep their man. And then men want to know how they can treat their women right, how they can communicate, how they can listen to them and not try to win the race every time.
Right.
Eric is the man to talk to. Real Talk Consulting. He's on Facebook. Take care, everybody. We appreciate you listening. And like I always say, stay awesome all week long. Peace, everybody. I'm PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, that's.
Have you been hurt? Been backstabbed? Got a talking back team. Well, you're not alone. Escaping to another reality. Through Dominic Wilkins' good books. Good books, audio books, paperback, ebook, good books. Available on AuthorDWilkinsGoodBooks.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. On February 23rd, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I will be live on Jerry Rose Live Radio. I will be discussing my new album and my new single coming in February. Stay tuned, and I'll see you there.
My name is author Alita H. My book is Dangerously in Love, Blame It on the Streets, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read. deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.TamikaPatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and we have a sponsor for tonight. Tonight's sponsor is James Deshay. That's right. So stay tuned for his 30-second presentation. The poet, James Deshay, Romance Man.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. Deshay. That's Deshay. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
All right, everybody. Thank you for coming back. Staying with us. That's right. Support our sponsors, everybody. We really appreciate having sponsors. You know, we've just been around for a year now. We celebrate on December 21st, 2013. And it's just awesome to say, hey, this podcast has generated some great buzz. We've been having some fantastic guests on the show, including the one we're having tonight. That'll be Miss Alita Hodges. She's here to talk about her new book, Dangerously in Love. So let me unmute her so I can bring her on. I'm going to read her bio, then we're going to say hi to her and get to know her. That's right, because my Maryland family and my D.C. family, we like to know who you are. All right. Dangerously in Love, Blaming on the Streets, Volume 1 paperback. It was released October 2014. Author Alita Hodges is poet and writer born and raised in mid-Michigan. Her debut novel, Dangerously in Love, was published in August 2014 on Cinematic Inc., subsidiary of SBR Publications, owned and operated by best-selling author David Weaver. We still haven't had that brother on yet. Alita currently lives in Lansing, Michigan, where she is a dental assistant. She began writing poetry at the age of 12, has always been an avid reader. Her poems have been sought out by fans and friends alike for years. Her book, Dangerously in Love, is a trilogy series that chronicles a love tale filled with danger, passion, and one woman dream of escape. And I remember that commercial too on my show. We still play that sometime. I'm just sorry we put a date on that thing when you released it in November. I could still be rocking that. So how you doing, Lita? Welcome to Positive Power.
Oh, thank you for having me. I am doing great. I am doing so great.
Yeah, so awesome to have you back. Second time around.
Right,
right. That's right. You must love it here. You know,
I do.
That's right. We had you featured on our adult program, and He Said, She Said, which I really love that show. We're gonna have to revamp that show, but
no, that was fun. Yeah, I had a ball that night.
Yeah, we did. We cut up. We all cut up. Sometimes you gotta let your hair down sometime.
Right.
But the powers of the be, you know, the company, they weren't all that happy with the program too much. I had to steer in another direction. So I'm gonna be working with Ramon. We're gonna come up with some topics and stick to them, because, of course, you know, we was reading our questions from some of the popular online publications that's based on, you know, men and women relationships and their habits, their sexual habits.
Right.
So it was kind of funny, though, you know, talking to people, finding out what they know and what they don't know. It was just so much fun, though. But anyway, you know, I got to think about some of the kids that listen to the program. After all, we are streaming in other countries now, and you know, where it's nighttime here, it's daytime there. You don't know how people listen to internet radio these days with
exactly.
You know, computers being the way it is, and you know, some places actually have free wireless services in their country. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, we're not there yet, but we're close though. I heard we're close. Yeah, I get a wireless signal at my house, so my kids, you know, switch back and forth sometime. All right, so we're here to talk about you. brand new project. Well, I remember we promoted this for you when you released it. I think it was around November. Dangerously in Love. It's out there on Amazon.com for anybody looking to snatch it up real quick. And we're going to talk about your reviews later in the show. But before we get started, we want to know, who is author Alita Hodges?
I'm just a regular person. I'm just, I'm a dental assistant. I work daily. I got a regular 9 to 5. My passion is writing, so in my spare time, I write. I like to write. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm really close with my sisters, my family. So, I stay in the house a lot. I'm not really a partier or, that type of person, but I just love to write. And I'm just stepping in this, writing game with everybody else, and I love it. It's like I'm home. It's like, okay, I belong. This is what I should be doing.
That's right. All right. That's so awesome. Now, Lisa, so, you're a grandmother, and, which I forgot that you was a grandmother, because we see you, posting out there on Facebook. I guess it's just hard to tell people ages these days. People age so well. People found the fountain of youth. Now, now we know, that you're not you base your homebody, got a 9 to 5. But tell us a little bit about, how you was brought up and everything, your upbringing. Tell us about
I was the youngest of 4. My mom and dad was together for 45 years, and he passed a few years ago. We had like a really tight-knit family. My mom was a teen mom. Her mom was a teen mom. I was a teen mom. It was just like, family, this is just a family curse. It's a generational curse, I guess. But, everybody made it through it, just made us stronger women at the end. We didn't take it and, let it interfere in anything we were doing. It just made us stronger women at the end. So that's why I'm not that old. So to be a grandmother, I'm only, I'm just about to hit the 40 mark this year. So.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
I know. Sometimes I wish I could be a grandpa, because my son, Brandon, he's about your age. No, he's actually younger than you, but he's in his early 30s. But he's still out there looking. He's been dating a little young lady for the past year, so who knows? But but I got a young son too. I got a son that's only 11. I think he's 11. Maybe he's 12. He's 12 now. So I'm still running a little league events.
Okay.
School events, and my daughter, she's just 14. I think she's 14. They grow up so fast. You kind of lose track of their age. You don't want them to grow up.
My youngest is a boy. He's 17, and then I have three girls. That's my youngest, and my girls are 24, 22, and 19.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, grown women. They're grown women. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So if you do hang out, you can take them with you.
Nah.
Mom won't let her head down. I can't go. That's
I'm
right.
still mom.
All right. So when you're not writing, what's going on? What are you doing when you're not writing?
I spend a lot. I try to spend a lot of my spare time with my grandkids. I love them to death, and I just write. Like, I've been really focused. So my first book came out in October. I'm done with the second book, and I'm working on a new series. So, I've really been writing a lot lately. So I'm just trying to, I'm really trying to get some books under my belt this year. So my main focus this year is just to keep writing and just keep going.
That's right. Keep grinding. That's what they do out there. All right. So the last time we talked, you was doing the same thing. You was grinding. So what's new out there in the social media world when it comes to, let's just say, what's new in the publishing world? Any changes, anything that you can share that can help a young writer, someone who's looking to get into the business? What's your advice?
My advice is to try. A lot of people, I know people that say, well, I write all the time, but, I can't, they don't really believe in themselves that they can write a book, and it's just not that. If you're a writer and you like to write, or even if you like to do journals, write journals or something, it's a writer inside. You just got to get out there and try and believe in your work. That's your piece of art. That's your work. So you got to just believe in it so somebody else can believe in it too, or they're not going to believe in it. You got to believe in yourself.
That's right. Now, Alita, you have a lot of motivation in you. Is that because you're a poet? You write poetry. I know a lot of people write poetry are self-motivated. Is that the deal with you?
Why? You said why? Because I have a lot of motivation in me. I think it's
you seem to be self-motivated. Is it because you're a poet?
Maybe so. Poetry to me is like therapy. So that's when I let out or whatever. Usually, my best poem, something was going on in my life. So it's like therapy for me. But I just try to stay positive. I really believe, you stay positive and positive come back to you. If you negative and complain and, then that's what's going to come around you. I really believe that.
That's right. So. That is so true. Now, when did you first start writing poetry?
When I was 12 years old.
12 years old. All right. Yeah. So you found it on your own. Did somebody introduce it to you, or you stumbled across it in the library and you just loved it?
I was sitting in my civics class, and the teacher was talking about a lot of the violence and stuff going on around, around that time, it was like the 90s, whatever. Around that time, then late 80s, 90s, whatever. Around that time, that's when a lot of violence just started happening. A lot of kids was getting shot. A lot of stuff was just happening. So I wrote a poem, and he was just like, how we could figure out ways to, help the world or whatever. And I wrote a poem called Teach Peace when I was 12 years old, and he printed it out and he gave it to every teacher, and I was so impressed. It was I put an excerpt in it in my first book. I don't know how I remembered that poem. It must have been meant,
Wow. Yeah, I know that was a great feeling. A teacher sharing your work with his colleagues. You know. Great feeling. So what happened after that? Did you continue to write? Did you join a newspaper team?
Nope, not. I've always been. Yeah, I've always been an inside person. So no, I would just write at home. So I wanted to. For Christmas, I didn't want no new Jordans or Nikes or no Dows or nothing like that. I wanted a typewriter. I wanted some paper and pencils, and, I wanted to write. That's all I could think of. I love the feeling of the keyboard. I love that.
Mm-hmm. So have you published a poetry book yet?
No, but I want to eventually. Poetry is not that easy for me because it's like it just happens sometimes. It might be something on my mind or something going on and it just happens. So, it's just, I got poetry here and there. I don't think I could just actually sit down and try to write a whole poetry book because I would want it to be genuine.
Yeah. So you don't do spoken word?
No, but I want to eventually.
Yeah. Oh, I love spoken word. I was hoping you were going to say, yeah, Jerry, I have a couple pieces I can read for you right now.
No, that's on my bucket list. I'm shy. I got a book signing Saturday, my first book signing. I am so shy. I'm really going to have to put my big girl pants on and, get out there.
You going to have family with you? Family going to be with you?
Yeah, my sister, my mom probably be there with me.
Yeah, as long as you got that support there, everything be okay. Yeah. Wow, so your first book signing. So why is it taking so long for you to do a book signing?
I work. It's just been a lot going on. And then I've been writing, like I said, I've been writing and all that. And I really didn't even think about a book signing, And then a lot of people from my hometown, which is like 40 minutes away from where I live now, it's like, we want a book. And I'm like, order it. Don't nobody like ordering, I guess, paperback. So that's when I was like, well, let me do a book signing. I ordered books, and I just started making arrangements, and I'm like, wow, I planned a book signing. I'm having a book signing.
Oh, so you went ahead and ordered a couple of books yourself. So would you order them through Amazon?
Yeah, well, my publisher did that part for me.
Oh, your publisher. That's right. I forgot you got a publisher. So how's the publishing relationship going on? How's that going for you?
It's you know what? TBRS, that group, that's like that's like a blessing. I'm blessed to be in that group. It's just they inspire each other. Every time I wake up, if I'm on Facebook and I'm going on a feed, and it's the group, like our private group that we talk in. Everybody got so much inspirational stuff to say. It just keeps you going. It keeps me going. And I really appreciate that. I can get advice from other authors that's well established. That's number one, number two. Every book they touch, they numbers are just phenomenal, and they talk to me, just like to me they're not normal. I'm like, oh my gosh, I read your books, So for them to talk to me and I can communicate with them and they can help me, that's like everything to me. I love that group. That's the best thing that could have ever happened to me, to be a part of TBRS.
That's right, man. That's a blessing. So they really working it out there. So where are they based at? Would you say SBR, right?
Well, TBRS, that's a group of publishing companies and people. But I'm with Cinematic Ink Publications, which is a part of the TBRS group.
Okay. Oh, you said T, because I thought we downloaded it said SBR, so you said TBR.
Yeah,
Like
it was SBR. Yeah, I got to do some updating to that.
Oh, they call it T now? Okay. All right.
It's TBR, yep.
All right, good. All right, well, hold tight. When we come back, we're going to talk about what they're saying about Dangerously in Love and, you know, how you feel about the trilogy series and how's it coming along when the next one going to drop. So we're going to stay tuned for Book Buzz presentation. Like I tell everybody, you know, if you want to get your name out there and you want people to know who you are, so when you start dropping your second and third book, they already know who you are on Positive Power 21. Because we're in Washington, the Maryland area, where we buy books. That's right, everybody. Check us out.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. On February 23rd, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I will be live on Jerry Rose Live Radio. I will be discussing my new album and my new single coming in February. Stay tuned, and I'll see you there.
Hi, I am Martha Crystal Alexis, and I'm on Positive Power 21 with Jerry Royce Live. Woohoo!
That's right. Crystal, she was here. Crystal Alexis. And don't forget Angel Sessions coming soon, the big superstar, urban gospel star. That's right. She coming back to Positive Power. I think she was one of my first musical artists to come on the show. And, you know, that was my first time interviewing them after talking to book authors so long. I'm ready to ask them, you know, where did they get that fictional story from? You can't ask them that. But anyway, she's coming back. Give Jerry Royce a second chance. That's right, talking to a superstar. All right, right now we're talking to superstar author Lita Hodges. She got to be a superstar because she came back, gave me a second chance. What's going on, Lita? You ready to talk about this book? Oh, don't tell me Lita call dropped again. All right, hold tight. Let me see. Yep. She here. Lita, you still here? I see her call. All right, y'all. So we
can you hear? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, you hear? Yeah, I hear you now. Okay. All right, no problem. All right, Lita, so we ready to talk about this book of yours. Now, what are the people saying out there? You happy about what's going on with the book? Is it selling the way you want? Do you need more marketing? What's going on?
I can't complain. You know, this is my first book. I put myself out there with that book and getting it published, and I didn't know. But I got, some really good reviews. Of course, I got a couple bad reviews, but you got to have tough skin. You got to keep going. Everybody ain't going to like you, and that's fine. But I got some really good reviews, some really good reviews. And I got, fans, people who like the book, can't wait to book 2, who follow me, who, that feels good to know that people read my book and they know the characters, and, that really feels good. Yeah. Now, it's pretty competitive out there in the urban fiction world. Do you see yourself, writing some other genre, once you get yourself finished established here, with this company? Maybe a poetry book or self-help. I want to write some self-help. Yeah, I can see you doing that. You seem like the type. Now, let's see what they're saying out there. I just finished reading Dangerously in Love, 5 stars. Alita H., I couldn't put it down. Once I started, this book is amazing. I can't wait for the next book. That's right. She said she's ready to pre-order. She said very talented. So you got so much talent. Why you're not just going to limit yourself, just with urban fiction, are you? You see yourself doing romance. Romance is pretty hot. I remember. Yeah. Talking about that. So what's up with that? You never know. I never know. That like the new book, the third book I'm writing right now is I drifted from Dangerously in Love. This is a whole new series, you know. And I always like in my Dangerously in Love, you know, it was a street literature book, urban fiction, but, you know, it was a message in there as far as domestic violence, you know, women lifting themselves up. So now I'm kind of tackling the issue of police, you know, all these guys getting shot, men getting shot by police officers, you know. So why that story, you know, that's like just in the story a little bit, but I'm hitting a lot of main points why another story is going on around it. But it's a really good story. I'm getting, you know, proud of myself. I'm really proud of myself.
Yeah, because you talk in this book, you talk about a abusive cheating, a womanizer.
Yeah.
You know, a woman's worst enemy. You know, man that just can't stay in one place. You know. Now, Lee, this is, you know, I guess we're gonna go off the subject a little bit, but you know, it's pretty much the character in your book. I think we're talking about Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, black men. You know, your experience with us. You know, the character in your book. I'm sure you had to do some research. What was some of the known facts, you know, that was coming out when you was researching your character Jimmy? Because you wanted to be truthful with him. You didn't want to just make them all up. But, you know.
Right.
What did you find out about black men when you was researching this book?
As far as abusers or black men in general?
Yeah. On your research, black men period. What did you learn? You know, that was a surprise to you.
That was a surprise to me. I don't think I could be surprised.
You were surprised. Yeah, you've been around a while. Okay, but tell us what were some of the things that, you know, you like to share that, you know, about black men that you think you like to talk about that was part
you know,
of Jimmy.
like as far as black men period, as far as people period, you know, hurt people. So you never know what then went on in somebody else's life, you know. Mm-hmm. And then as a woman, we got, you know, women just got to just really love themselves and, you know, try to do what's best for them at the end of the day. We, you know, as a woman, we so emotional. We always trying to take care of somebody and love, and no matter what, you know, no matter what should come to do, it should be only with yourself, you know. You should love yourself like that. So, you know, just as, you know, people in general, you know, with the book.
So you're saying that, you know, when you was researching this character, was nothing really surprised you that what men had to say? You know, because you did have to do some research about Jimmy, right? You ain't just write him from your mind, right?